Almighty God bless you, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM? Such a unique dial.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart. And that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're
football fans, my name is Victor Ezeji, MPFL legend, CAF Champions League winner with Eimba and former Super Eagles striker. Always listen to the Fans Arena with Emeka Dena, the Odogu one of sports.
City of Port Harcourt, and guess what? It is Fans Arena, that time where we give you time, we give you the open stage to throw the banter, bring the wahala, no wahala. As it stands right now, whether you are a Chelsea fan, you are an Arsenal fan, you are a Manchester United fan, Manchester City fan, or Tottenham Hotspur fan. Sorry if I did call your name and decide to drop my tone. It's because of what's happening around there in the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It seems like the destination is the championship for Tottenham at this point. But good afternoon, everybody. Welcome again as we will take you through another beautiful 3 hours when it has to do with football. We start from talking football from the local scene, which is the Nigerian Premier Football League, and then we'll move ahead. A lot happened through the weekend. Remember, the UEFA Champions League was also there, and we will talk about it right here. Those persons who say that they are the, in quotes, world champions, they don't show them IB at this point. So let's see what happens in the return leg if the world champions can come back. Talking about Chelsea, yes, it's Chelsea I'm talking about. If they can come back, I've talked with some Chelsea fans and they've said that it's very, very possible that Chelsea would overturn what happened, called that a few days ago at the Parc des Princes, where they were beaten by 5-3. That's called 5-2. Yes, that would be coming over to Stamford Bridge to beat the defending champions of the UEFA Champions League by 3 unreplied goals. Can Chelsea do it? Yes, we are the Blues. We can do it. Yeah, they are the Blues anyway. Good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Osasi Hinwin. I will be the one behind this console to direct proceedings from now till 4 p.m. I know you are expecting to see the Odogu one in the world of sports. He's unavoidably absent at this point, but he sends his greetings as he will be here next week to give you the shaking stories. Maybe shake the table, shake the legs of the table and break the table when it has to do with the world of football. But I am here, and I'm here with the rest of the guys. 2 gentlemen right here in the studio. They would definitely be giving you their undivided analysis. Yes, not partisan analysis, undivided analysis, undiluted analysis as it stands right now. Ovia Wallace is here, and I also have Andrew. He's also here. Yes, Emmanuel Andrew. Ovia Wallace, good afternoon to you. How body?
I just you know how the things be for PH now. The way that just
the PH boy is coming out in you little by little.
You know now, you know how to take the V now. Since I moved to PH around 3-4 years ago, the way I've integrated myself in that PH system, living around PH boys, well, PH that's still place where I still fear.
Place is the fear.
That's still place where I still
after 3 years.
It will shock you.
I won't be calm down.
No, we're not gonna say that yet. But also, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to Emmanuel. It's always nice to be here. I like as the vibe just they change now. You know, normally as we done for today's sports live now, all different ball game. But here now like this now the vibes don't change, and I need to bring up that vibe, to step up that vibe. Time to bring the wall, time to bring that chaos, and I be ready.
All right, he's ready. I hope you're also ready out there. As Emmanuel Andrew is also saying hi. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon to Port Harcourt City. Osas, good afternoon. Obi Wallace, good afternoon. Yes. I'm looking into a Chelsea fan's eye, and he's still telling me, he didn't get mine. The talk say Chelsea go fit. How? Chelsea cannot even score 2 goals against PSG. You cannot blame the goalkeeper when all the players in PSG are getting attempts, shot on target, more than 2 or 3. You see, they are players of such caliber, defending champions, and you say you want to score, you want to qualify. Just go home. City is in your back, join them, go home. Tottenham too, go home.
It's not easy for Chelsea this period.
Tottenham already they trek, they go back.
Imagine say Chelsea come out next week. Then Arsenal win UEFA Champions League.
Hey.
You know, see, London no go contain people.
Arsenal to win is 70%. You and I know.
Tottenham can't relegate.
London no go contain people. People. London no go contain people. But ladies and gentlemen, yes, we still have the Chelsea fan. He's here. I would definitely let the cat out of the bag when it is time, because I know he'll be itching to defend Chelsea at this.
I do on my own, then they own me.
Chelsea, go home.
Then they own me. I do on my own, then they own me.
He will definitely.
As if we never do one before. Man, take on our back. When we win Champions League, the same similar stage, knockout stage. Napoli will go their home, then beat us black blue. Okay. We won't fire coach because of that.
That's
thing.
Napoli.
No, they come. Then if we fire our coach because of Napoli, then get wicked front line of Lavezzi, they get the likes of Cavani and some other strong strikers. We'll find a way to come Stamford Bridge. We'll send them back to Naples. We send them back to where? Naples. So we send the Paris guys. They don't come, they don't do them. It is with me, Baby. Say we go their post to score them 2 goals for a very wide pitch. They will call Stafford Bridge. Stafford Bridge na kitchen. Stafford Bridge na kitchen. They don't have a kitchen, na very small pitch.
For cooking.
When they go come, that they are pass and they pass, they go the hit ball, they give fans. Before they go know, their eye go clear na 3-0.
Their mind go touch ground.
Their mind must no because their eye go rub ground.
Go rub ground. No
wine. You didn't wine.
It's going to be really, really hot when the second leg of the round of 16 of the UEFA Champions League returns. You can see the Chelsea fans already making noise. World champions, yes, it is. Paris Saint-Germain coming into...
You didn't wine me.
Paris Saint-Germain coming into where they will be slaughtered. We'll definitely see if that one will work. But one thing that is for a fact is that the English Premier League sides that took part in this first leg of the round of 16 in the UEFA Champions League did not do well. No victories for English sides in the UEFA Champions League. The only victory is Aston Villa that went away to beat LOSC Lille by 1-0. That's the only good result that the best league in the world, in quotes, was able to put through in Europe this week. But we'll see if things will change. They say situations are not always the same. Anything could happen. The English Premier League sides that we see right now, we'll definitely see them tomorrow. It's not as if we will not see them again. We'll definitely see them tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is you now that would be part of the conversation at any point in time. Remember that we have the SMS and the WhatsApp portal is there for your taking. 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933-9962. It's for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, so you can start dropping your reactions right now. Yes, you know that the banter is hot and ready to be served to you, so you can start dropping it. You can start bantering right now. The Chelsea fans, let us know if you have the faith that you can oust Paris Saint-Germain next week when they visit Stamford Bridge. For the other ones, Manchester City, can you do it against Real Madrid, record winners of the UEFA Champions League? 3-0 you went down at the Santiago Bernabeu. Can you come back to the Etihad and do the same? Keep yourself in this competition. Go ahead and share your thoughts right there. We also have Liverpool, one mama. Can they also come here and beat Galatasaray, a Victor Osimhen inspired Galatasaray? Is it going to be too hot for Liverpool to handle at Anfield? These days, Liverpool have been beaten at Anfield, that Anfield is now looking like just an ordinary walk in the park. So do you think that Liverpool can come back? You can share your thoughts with us as the SMS and the WhatsApp portal is open for your taking right now. Again, the number is 0701 933 9962. For the phone line, record it down. It is 0810 951 0951. That is 0810 951 0951. You can call in when we throw open the phone line to take your reactions. Remember that this is Fans Arena, so you can always catch the exciting moments via the Fans Arena Facebook page. It is the Fans Arena, THEFANS, then Arena is ARENA. The Fans Arena. Go over to Facebook, search for it, like the page, and you will see the exciting post there that you can also react to. Right now, we are in the studio, so you can also watch us live as we are right now in the studio. That is via YouTube. We're live on YouTube at Today951FM, at Today951FM. So go over to YouTube, search for the channel there, Today951FM, and you can see exactly what we are doing right here in the studio. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we move ahead, as I told you before, we start from the local scene and we move to the foreign scene. It's all about football from now up until 4 p.m. So, let us go.
Hello everyone, my name is Finidi George, MON, former Super Eagles coach and current technical manager of Rivers United. Keep listening to the Fans Arena with Emeka Dena, Jodogu 1 of Sports.
United, we shall triumph with a rainbow of
Premier Football League is all about Rivers United right now as they sit on top of the Nigerian Premier Football League table. Yes, even if it's 2 points, they are leading Rangers International right now at the top of the summit and with one game to spare or one game in hand. But they do say a game in hand is not 3 points in the pocket. If you can see me in the studio, the way it's done these days is finger 1, 2, 3, and you tuck it into the left side of your pocket. That's what 3 points in the bag means at this point. But Rivers United have got the advantage. It's match day 30 that we are looking at, so it's 8 matches to the end of the season. And for Rivers United, it's going to be 9 matches to the end of the season, or would I call that 10 matches to the end of the season. For Rivers United, is going to be 11 matches to the end of the season. For Rivers United's coach, Finidi George, he remains optimistic despite the team's impressive unbeaten streak coming to an end. That means Rivers United were beaten on Thursday. The Pride of Rivers State suffered a 2-1 defeat to Shooting Stars in Ibadan on Thursday, a rare setback in what has been a dominant season for Rivers United. Sadiq Ibrahim and Kwama Adegoke secured the goals for the home side, with Wasiu Falolu netting a consolation for the visitors, being Rivers United. However, Finidi views the match as a valuable learning experience rather than a crisis. Following the game, the former Nigerian international focused on future improvements, highlighting the need for minor adjustments. The Rivers United gaffer also hinted on no change to drills and work ethics, even though a change in goal scoring form has been seen. He simply said that nothing changed. It's just that good luck is now shining on Rivers United.
I think the players they believe that they can really score. For us as coaches, we have not changed our method of coaching. We do all our scoring drills. It has not worked for us till the last match, So we are quite happy that we are having the chances and we are scoring. So nothing has changed. The work ethics is the same. It's just that now we are much more luckier and scoring goals. So that makes a difference.
All right, despite a sting of defeat, Rivers United maintains a strong position at the top of the MPFL table with 52 points, firmly in control of their destiny. And it looks like it's going to be home and dry for Rivers United to win this season's Nigerian Premier Football League. But just 2 points in between Rivers United and second place Rangers International. Is there any cause for alarm, Ovie Wallace, at this point? Yeah, it looks like it's home and dry already for Rivers United. The goal scoring form has returned. They are now being able to score. They are able to score multiple goals. But this is the Rangers International, coached by Fidelis Ilechukwu, experienced gaffer. He's been there for a while. He has also been with the Super Eagles of Nigeria as an assistant coach. They've got a very beautiful general manager in Amobi, and this is Rangers International just behind Rivers United. One slip up from Rivers United in any of the games to come ahead would mean that they are gifting Rangers International the chance to go ahead of Rivers United. But do you think that this is time to press the panic button? Or do you think it is time to just be calm and understand that it is done and dusted for Rivers United?
It's the person that's calm that wins the title at the end of the season. 8 more games to play, and you're looking at the difference in points between Enugu Rangers and Rivers United. 2 points. Although you see Rivers United have a game in hand, but a game in hand is not a game won. And we will have to look at it safe. When Rivers United went to the CAF Champions League, they had like almost 6 or so games in hand. I think out of those 6, they were only able to win 2. they could have extended their points to possible 12 or so, but they were not able to win those games. So it's even underwhelming. They've actually been underwhelming for the games they've had in hand. They lost to Enugu Rangers. They lost to Shooting Stars as well. So lots of fixtures that they could have gotten crucial points. They were not able to get the points. Either they got a point or they lost. Or they lost. So, but right now, 8 more games. I don't think you should start looking at the panic button. I don't think you should start looking at what will happen if we lose. So, you should be looking at taking it one step at a time, one game at a time. Enugu Rangers are going to be doing the same thing. There's a reason why they won the title in 2023, and they believe they can do it once again. They believe they can do it once again this season. Just 2 points that are separating them. Not even also counting out Nassau United and Abia Warriors. Nassau United just 5 points separating them from the top, from the league top as Rivers United. 5 games can go the remaining 8 games can go in anybody's way. It's how you're going to win. We know how the Nigeria Premier Football League is. When we are talking about away wins, we are talking about home wins. At least the home wins should be at least 3 points in the back. Now, it's how you're going to do for those away wins, how you're going to go away, how you're going to get those away points, those 3 points away. And among these 3 teams is the person that can go on the road and get those 3 crucial points that will determine how the league is going to turn out. But for Rivers United, finish the judge, goal scoring form is good. We've talked about them and their goal scoring ability. Just that when they even scored 3, I've forgotten who they scored 3. It was Ikun Khalifa. So when they scored 3, Finidi was even surprised. He said, this is the first time this is happening. It's a good one. But it's one thing to score goals and it's one thing to be able to keep a clean sheet. It's one thing because football is about scoring goals. You can score goals. Your opponents can also outscore you at the end of the day. But if, as they say, attack wins you games and then defense wins you championship. So who is going to have the best defense? We saw Chelsea. They did it conceding less than 15 goals. They won the championship
through a
that
season.
season. Yeah, through a season. They won the championship during that season. They didn't even score that much goals during that season. I don't think they were. Arsenal too, same way in the during the invisible season as well.
2003.
Even this Arsenal too as well too. It's defense that they are using to win a championship. So scoring goals is one thing, but I think keeping a clean sheet is another thing. And we'll see who has the best defense during this period and who can go on the road and get those 3 points.
Okay, let me still stick with you on this particular one. Let's look at the games for these 2 sides because it's now looking like a 2-horse race between Rivers United and Rangers International. From match day 30. Call that Rivers United would face Ikorodu City. They would also face Niger Tornadoes for that rescheduled game, match day 26. They would face Nasarawa United sometime in match day 31. They will face Kun Kalifat in match day 32. There is also Warri Wolves in front of them for match day 33. Plateau United will be in match day 34. Kanu Pillars match day 35. Abia Warriors match day 36. 37 is Wiki Tourists. 38 being the final one would be that should be Castina United for match day 38. Now looking at the caliber of teams that they will be coming up against for Rangers International, they've got Kwara United for 30 match day 30. El Kanemi Warriors for match day 31. They've got Shooting Stars in 32. They've got Barao FC in match day 33. They've got Niger Tornadoes for 34. They've got Eyimba for 35. 36 is Bayelsa United. Then they've got Bendel Insurance for 37. And for 38, Ikorodu City. It's looking like Rangers International are having the easier of opponents going into the end of the season. Do you think that this would actually count for Rivers United not winning the league if push comes to shove at the end of the day?
Okay, looking at it now, it's a really, really tough fixture for both sides. For Rivers United, they've got Ikorodu City next, and you look at the last fixture, it ended goalless right here in Rivers. They'll be going over
Mobolaji Johnson Arena.
Yeah, the Mobolaji Johnson Arena, trying to get a point from an Ikorodu City that want to try as much as possible to claw their way into Europe. They are just a point separating them and Nassau United, who hold that last continental spot. And there is also a chance that they are also looking at Nassau United and Rivers United dropping points so they can absorb them and who knows, possibly finish first or second in the league. Their best ever finish since coming to the Nigeria Premier Football League. It's going to be the away fixtures you're going to be looking at. I'm also seeing for Rivers United, they've also got Abia Warriors as well. They've got Kun Califat, Plateau United, and Kano Pillars. I think those should be easy wins for them. As much as you say Kun Califat are battling relegation, they are just 3 points. As always, a relegation side will always be a side that are very, very dangerous. But it's going to be the away games to look at with these fixtures that will determine if they can get themselves out of the waters, if they can put their head above waters. For Rangers International as well too, top fixtures are well. They've still got Enyimba, even though Enyimba are not in the best of form. It's still going to be a big game between both sides. They've got Shooting Stars, who just pummeled Rivers United 2-1. That's another big game. They've also got Bendel Insurance as well too. Bendel Insurance, who are actually 7th in the league, 7th on the table too. I'm also looking at them too. Just 5 points, 6 points separating them from Nassau United, who that last contender spot. So the league is really, really tight this season for both sides. So you're looking at these fixtures, eight or so fixtures between both sides. Top fixtures, almost. I won't really say who has an easier fixture, because it's not like the English Premier League where okay, this side is a very tough side, but you expect them at least for this last run to be able to get wins. The way the Nigeria Premier Football League works, it's really, really unpredictable, as we can see this season. Remo Stars are bottom last. Califat I follow them. I follow Sweet and the rest. Ikorodu City that were meant to be in the NNL. They were not even meant to be in the NPFL this season.
Why were they not meant to be in the NPFL this season?
No, I said they were not meant to be in the NPFL season, that we expected them to be relegated last season.
How did you expect it? They refused to be relegated. You want to force them to be relegated?
That's what I'm saying. In the NPFL, you just don't understand how the team works. We expected Ikorodu City to be, as far as they started this season, taking blows from everyone. They punching bags for everyone. And before we knew it,
they got themselves.
They didn't even get themselves, because we don't even know what they were before. They just changed their whole appearance. They just became a whole new being, a whole new creature, and started dealing with everyone. So the way the NPFL works now, before we know, we can see during the first half of the season, so Nassau United and Ikorodu City exchanging position, first, second, first. And we were looking at it that maybe it might be a close race between both teams. Rivers United were climbing up. Before we know, Enyimba
started going down.
Enyimba were mid-table when we started. They were mid-table. We know when they changed managers twice, and before we know, we are talking about Enyimba possibly being relegated at the end of the season. So any team can turn up results when you don't expect them to be, because everyone in the league is fighting for something. You say the people at the bottom are fighting, or the people dead last are fighting not to be relegated. The people right above them are fighting not to be sucked into the relegation zone. The people at the top three are fighting to either for a continental spot or to win the league. The people right below them are just 4 or 5 points away from them, and they know they can capitalize on any slip up. So everyone is fighting. Everyone has a chance for something. The people at the top, they have a chance to win the NPFL. People at the bottom have a chance to escape relegation.
All right, so that's the Nigerian Premier Football League as it is right now. 289 matches have been played already. 546 goals scored. 20 red cards. Is that one too small for a season? I don't know. I won't say that, but that's how it is right now. And for the players, we still have Uche Collins as the highest goal scorer already with 10 goals, and the chasing pack are definitely behind him. But one thing we have right now is that according to the log, Enyimba Football Club of Aba and Remo Stars, the defending champions, are in the relegation waters. Enyimba are seated 17th on the log, while Remo Stars are seated 20th on the log. If you had the chance to save one of these sides to remain there for next season, which one of them would you save? Is it going to be Enyimba, or would it be Remo Stars? Can we afford to have the defending champions and the defending champions and the record winners of the Nigerian Premier Football League go on relegation? Can we afford to have both of them go on relegation? But if you had the chance to save one, which one would you be saving? That's how I throw open the phone line right now to take your reactions concerning the Nigerian Premier Football League. You've heard all that we have talked about concerning the Nigerian Premier Football League. What are your expectations for match day 30? Quickly, let me run you through how match day 30 would pan out. That's talking about the games for today. Today we'll have Bendel Insurance taking on, or Bendel Insurance will take on Kun Khalifat FC by 4 p.m. at the Samuel Ugbemudia Stadium right there in Benin City. And tomorrow, match day 30 will continue with Eyimba Football Club taking on Plateau United at the Eyimba Stadium in Aba. Shooting Stars SC would be up against Wiki Tourist FC at the Lekon Salami Stadium right there in Ibadan. Niger Tornadoes will play host to Kanu Pillars at the Bako Katangura Stadium in Mina, while Barao FC will be up against Abia Warriors at the Sani Abacha Stadium in Kanu. Bayelsa United will take on Warri Wolves at the Samson Siasia Stadium in Yenegua, while it's going to be Kwara United FC taking on Rangers International FC at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena in Lagos. And Remo Stars would be up against Nasarawa United at the Remo Stars Stadium in Ikene. El Kanemi Warriors would play host to Kanu Castina United by 3 p.m. on that Sunday at the El Kanemi Warriors Stadium in Meduguri. And match day 30 will be concluded on Monday when Ikorodu City will take on Rivers United at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena in Lagos. So these are the matches to be expected this weekend from the Nigerian Premier Football League. Call it match day 30. 8 more matches to the end of the season, and we still have Remo Stars and Eyimba Football Club of Aba right there in the relegation waters. Which one of them do you see surviving relegation? And if you had the chance to save one out of the two, which one would you save? Let me get your thoughts through the phone line 0810-951-0951. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to Fans Arena. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome. I can hear you. Go on.
Yes. Said this city, talking about Rivers United. They will not even though they have one side, they will still win 4 to 3 matches. But to me, I'm not even carry this.
Out of the remaining 9 matches for them, they will lose 3.
They will lose 3 out of that 9. They may even draw 9. See them win because.
Wow. So that means it's Rangers International that you see winning the trophy.
Talking about
Remo Stars and Eyimba.
I'm seeing they are two going there. But if you send me
to save one, okay, you will save Eyimba. All right. Okay. That's Daniel. Thank you so much for your thoughts right there. You can keep the calls coming in 0810-951-0951. Okay, I lost a drop call situation there. You can also make use of the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, which is doubled at 0701-933-9962. You could drop your thoughts there. We'll take them as we go on the show. For now, the phone line is open and we're taking the calls. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show. Good afternoon. Yeah, I can hear you. Go on. You said you will save what? Oh, I can't really hear you clearly.
I'll save Remo Stars.
Okay, you will save Remo Stars and Eyimba will go down. All right. Thank you so much. You didn't drop your name. Kenneth. Okay, thank you so much, Kenneth, for your thoughts right there. Keep the calls coming in 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here on the show. It's Fans Arena today, the 14th day of March 2026, and we're talking about the Nigerian Premier Football League. If you had the chance to save one of these two who are currently in the relegation waters in this season's MPFL, talking about Eyimba Football Club of Aba and Remo Stars. Yes, defending champions Remo Stars. Eyimba record champions of the MPFL, 9-time winners of the Nigerian Premier Football League. If you had the chance to save one from going on relegation, who will that be? Which team would that be? You can share your thoughts with us. We're live right here on the show. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. You can also make use of the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. It's doubled at 0701 933 9962. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's how it is right here in the Nigerian Premier Football League, as match day 30 will commence later today by 4 p.m. It's going to be match day 30 coming through, as we'll have Bendel Insurance be the center of the action right there. Yes, Bendel Insurance, the center of the action right there, as they will be up and running against Kun Khalifat at the Samuel Igbemudia Stadium. 4 p.m. is the time for that one, so you can keep a date and catch the action right there from Benin. For now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move ahead from the Nigerian Premier Football League into the global scenes.
Hello, football fans. Desire Paranozie here, former captain of the Super Falcons and four-time African Cup winner. Keep listening to the Fans Arena with Emeka Dena, the Odogu one of sports.
Madrid's ruthless dismissal of Manchester City's club side as it encapsulated 24 hours in which Premier League's self-styled reputation as the best in the world suffered a heavy damage. Federico Valverde's brilliant first half hat-trick put Real Madrid firmly in control with a 3-0 advantage before the second leg of the round of 16, completing a sobering set of results for Premier League teams who all have to work really, really hard to maintain their interest in Europe's elite competition. For Tottenham Hotspur, they lost 5-2 to Atletico Madrid in the Spanish capital 24 hours earlier. That's 24 hours before Madrid beat Manchester City. Chelsea fell apart in the second half as they were beaten by the same score line as Spurs at the hands of holders Paris Saint-Germain, while Liverpool lost 1-0 to Galatasaray. For Arsenal and Newcastle, they both drew with Bayer Leverkusen, that's for Arsenal, 1-1, and Barcelona also 1-1. So it's going to be a huge turn of events, if it must be, in the second leg of the round of 16 of the UEFA Champions League. Match of the day pundit Nedum Onoha shared his thoughts about the whole thing that happened this week in the UEFA Champions League with BBC Sports. Quoting him, he says, looking at the deficit for Manchester City and Chelsea that they have to overcome at home, while they will have the belief they can do it, I think the margins are too big. So while the game is still on for all the English sides, the margin of error is tiny for some of them now. The last time all English sides involved failed to win their last 16 first legs was in 2022-2023. That's about 3 to 4 years now. Since then, they've always won their first leg of the round of 16. But this time, it seems the case is going to be different. But guys, we are looking at what happened over the week in the UEFA Champions League. Not expected from English sides. Actually, the English Premier League is the best league in the world, having the best teams in the world. The trademarks are there. Chelsea, Club World Cup champions. Money is being spent. You can see that the English Premier League sides are on top of the whole standings when it has to do with the monies that are being spent. And in terms of football also, it's the most enterprising, the most entertaining league in Europe and in the world as well. And it was sort of a shock to expect or see what we got over the week in the UEFA Champions League. But at this point, Nedum Onoha is saying is going to be very slim because the opportunity for errors, the margin for errors is now very tiny because the likes of Chelsea, the likes of Manchester City, in as much as you're looking for how to score, you should not even allow any goal get in because if Real Madrid scores first, Manchester City has to score 4 goals.
No, that should be 4 already because Vinicius missed a penalty. That should be 4 already. So, Man City, like, no hope for Man City. The only club that I can see going through currently now is Liverpool and Arsenal. You know, Arsenal would win at Emirates. It's sure. That one is 80% sure. Arsenal would win. Liverpool might win, but Tottenham, no hope because the injuries they have currently is just too much on them. So they should just focus on the relegation battle. Then Chelsea, they will still score Chelsea again now. That one is sure. They will still score Chelsea.
So for every goal they score Chelsea, they have to score
more goals. Chelsea cannot even score. At least they can score at least 1 or 2, but PSG will still score if they don't even lose that match by God's grace. Because PSG now currently, that squad is fire, defending champions currently. So
no, PSG don't have a very, very good defense. That one is very true.
Yeah, I think the goalkeeper.
Marquinhos, Pacho, the defense is not as good as expected. But when it comes to the offensive fight, I don't think there's any defense that will not struggle.
Just fire.
I don't think there is any defense that will not struggle against Ousmane Dembele, Kivisa Kvaratskhelia, Bakola, and any other person you put up front there. So it's going to be a huge work for Chelsea. But let me come to you, Ovie Wallace. Who survives and who stays for you?
The only people surviving are Liverpool and Arsenal. For sure, yes, Liverpool don't have a good record at in Turkey. So I think that one goal, in fact, it could have been 2.
Could have been 2, yeah. It was.
Could have been 2.
Some persons felt it was wrongly chopped off. Victor Osimhen's goal was wrongly chopped off.
Also, you also have to look at that handball that it could also be 2-1 if Liverpool has scored that goal, which they actually ruled for offside because they say Konate touched it.
For handball, not offside.
For handball, which I didn't feel it actually hit his hand. It felt like it hit his back for me. But anyhow, it's still 1 goal. The thing with Galatasaray is that they are not good away. We saw it when they beat Juventus. They went to Juventus, they went to Old Lady, and they just collapsed, if not for Osimhen getting that crucial goal. Same thing if they go to Anfield. The only problem is that if Slot decides to
gamble
and do slotty things, then if he decides to do slotty things, then Liverpool will be packing their bag. But if he says, okay, I'm going to put my head right, look at what's in front of me, actually put a good lineup, then I don't see Liverpool even conceding at Anfield. For Arsenal's case, I think Arsenal's case is a no-brainer. Yes, 1-1 at the
Bay Arena in Germany.
Even that Madrid is good. It's something that you need to look at.
Don't go there.
No, I will go there. I will go there because we saw that. How can you call that in a penalty?
Why would you not call it a penalty? Let me ask you a question. Was there a contact between the Bayer Leverkusen's defender and Noni Madueke's leg?
There was no contact.
There was no contact.
There was no contact.
Actually showed everything.
There was no contact.
There was no contact. There was no contact.
There was no contact.
From what I saw, there was no contact.
You didn't see where?
Yes, you need to go and blow.
You didn't see where?
Go and blow.
You didn't see where?
From what I saw, there was no contact. It looked as if he tripped. From what I saw, looked as if he tripped. But anyhow, the goal was still given. He still scored. He still won. No, they go to the Emirates. There's a chance they can turn it around. But one thing that we saw in that match was Arsenal's tactics being used against them because Leverkusen understood.
Everybody has been using. Everybody has been using the long ball and corner tactics these days.
No, this corner is different. They understood the whole set piece tricks. The way Arsenal don't put their players right in the box. Everyone will separate. Then when everyone else starts to run inside the post, that's how Leverkusen did. Almost the same. Tell that even the Arsenal set piece coach had to go and meet Bayer's coach. I was like, on a try because
the match Arsenal did not get much corner. That's why you see the goals were just
But going to Emirates, I think for Arsenal they need more creativity. Because that was something that we saw Leverkusen do. Leverkusen were just cutting through their defense like hot knife through butter. They just slotting in. So for Arsenal at Emirates, I think it's simple. It's an easy way for them. Then the other Premier League teams, that one is just to start the package.
So for you now, Tottenham Hotspur.
No, Tottenham. We should give them participation award.
So Tottenham don't go house now as it stand like this.
No, Tottenham don't already day house.
You don't already day house.
Tottenham day house.
Okay. Like which other person? Chelsea.
But Chelsea and Paris Saint-Germain have the same problem. But then they don't get defense at all. Both teams don't get defense. You see the way they just be slotting in goals for both teams. Same thing with Paris Saint-Germain. Same thing with Chelsea. They don't get defense. Midfield. Paris Saint-Germain have a better midfield. Attack. Paris Saint-Germain have a better attack than this thing. But Chelsea will score. The only thing that Paris Saint-Germain.
But they cannot stop Paris Saint-Germain from scoring.
They cannot stop them from scoring.
So it's a score something.
So it's either they outscore Paris Saint-Germain, or both of them have equal goals. But I don't see Paris Saint-Germain beating them in that match. It's going to be a case of you win the battle, you win the war, or you don't win the battle. See, you win the battle, but you don't win the war. Either one of those ones for Chelsea. But the way it's going, I'm seeing goals inside that match.
Then for Manchester City, go or stay.
But I saw we like to cook here. You know, cooking takes time. But I can cook noodles and I'll come back. That match that match has already ended. They cooked City in under 30 minutes. If I want to cook rice,
Pep Guardiola said City had a very good 19 minutes. First 19 minutes.
First 19 minutes. After the 19 minutes, what happened? Because I think
anything could happen after 19 minutes.
For City Madrid, it's going to be hard. Oh yes, they are going to the Etihad. They are coming to England, but it's going to be really.
So the turnaround will be very, very
Pep
difficult.
himself said that he does not think it's possible. And from what we saw from that play, the only good chance that they had in that match was Anton Semenyo's shot, and that Anton Semenyo's shot, you could never really say it was really a clear-cut chance because it was really at the side. It was almost a side netting. So for City, they have really no shot.
A huge tax.
Not even a huge tax. I think they have no shot at all. You might say it's a huge tax if what you saw in the last game they still try, but did not try in that last game. So for me, it's impossible for them to overturn it because Madrid are going to. It's already Madrid's competition. When Madrid get to this stage of the competition, this is how they play. It's knockout. They know they just need to just do one step at a time. Even if the coach don't know what he's doing, the players know what they are doing.
All right.
That's it. The players know what they're doing, and that's how they're going to carry themselves. Because right now, for me, the team I fear most in this tournament is Bayern and Real Madrid. At this point of the tournament, it's Bayern and Real Madrid I fear in this tournament.
All right, ladies and gentlemen out there, let's get your thoughts on this particular one. You saw the UEFA Champions League over the week. It was a Tuesday and a Wednesday to remember in European football. You saw how it all went for English sides. It was what not to expect. We did not expect that particular one there. It's more or less like what you ordered versus what you got. So which of the English teams will be surviving in the second leg? The second leg will come up this week. In Thursday and Wednesday also this week. That should be 17th and 18th of March this week. We'll see the second leg. So which of the English teams do you see surviving in this current UEFA Champions League? And also, does this mean that the EPL teams, as well as the league, English Premier League, is not the best in Europe? For them to have fallen apart like this in front of other leagues, do you think that it's cast a doubt upon the fact that English Premier League teams are not the best or are the best in Europe? Welcome. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, my brother.
Welcome, Lucky.
Yes, Lucky from Abia State.
Welcome. Go on.
Yes, my brother. You see, Liverpool, Arsenal, that's the two teams. Because Liverpool losing 1-0 to Galatasaray. Arsenal play 1-1 draw. My brother. Tottenham losing 5-2. Chelsea losing 5-2. Otilo. Yes, my brother. Only two teams there from England, though. Liverpool and Arsenal
Mm.
can even qualify.
Okay.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you so much, Lucky, for your thoughts right there. You can keep the calls coming in 0810-951-0951. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to Fans Arena.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you.
What's the name? Is it your first time?
No, I am Chief Chamberlain Woruka. I'm calling from Odoha, Wizina Obake.
Is it your first time on the show?
No.
Okay, go on.
You made mention of England being they are very good. They are the best team in the world. You know. Then you're talking about the teams that will survive and the teams that will go. Arsenal, I am not a fan of Arsenal. They will survive.
Okay.
So, then Galatasaray and Liverpool. Liverpool may pull that game may end 2 or 3-1
in favor of Liverpool.
Yes, because I don't see Galatasaray surviving at
Anfield.
Yes, at Anfield. Then when you talk about Chelsea, it's a huge mountain to climb for Chelsea. Because I don't see them scoring 3 goals more at Stamford Bridge. Even our noisy makers, our neighbors, well, they will score goals. But I know that Madrid will pull one back.
Okay.
If Madrid pulls one back, it's going to be a difficult one for them. What is the other one?
Tottenham Hotspur and Atletico Madrid.
No. We should forget them. We should forget it. It's like they won't just play the second leg. There will be no need. But for playing sake, they should just play. They should complete
the number of games.
That is also. Yeah, that's all.
All right.
So thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts right there. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to Fans Arena.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
This is Daniel.
Daniel, welcome back. Welcome.
My brother, you people are just really new party house. You can't play 1-1 with
No, we didn't. Okay, we didn't rule. I gave the results, but the guys did not pick Newcastle.
Because it's possible for Newcastle to play 1-2 win them.
For Newcastle to go to Camp Nou and beat Barcelona.
Brother,
it's possible.
They're talking about it. I don't know. Just want to show them here for work and so on. They want to be able to see but people are just saying that football is 90 minutes. It's 90 minutes. We are just 45. So possible that they I saw one in 30, but they can also play series. They will go for extra time. Everything, even Manchester, it's possible for them.
But with the goalkeeper problems and centre back problems, do you think that PSG will not score in Stamford Bridge?
I can't. That's the question we know that. Me and you all watch that, but everybody know that only Chelsea and keeper that is because that or normal PSG for not go to 5 days. But if you can put it on, if you can put it keeper in order, I believe that the national will do something. Then put it in order so that if Chelsea can get like 2-0 in first half, they may have more opportunity. Even if you are talking about Manchester can come back and play the Real Madrid 3-0, they go for a start. It's a football, it's 99. It's the only person that can root out and now. It's only Tottenham. So we know that they have an injury problem. And they are not informed from this season. If not, we will not root them out. But for now, I can only root them Tottenham. Even that's what we're talking about. But I never could can come there, Peterson and Washington, but it's over. All the time, you come there, throw it to them, they go for a start and you lose penalty. Okay, but this is our next week. We'll know how far.
Okay.
So you're talking about a person, not men, not be small boy. When I come here, they miss noise. My brother, carry on.
All right, thank you so much, Daniel, for your thoughts right there. Until next week ends, before we know, as it stands right now, Champions League no be for boys, nah for men. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Yes, Pastor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you. This is Pastor Confidence from Makoba, Port Harcourt.
Pastor Confidence, welcome. What do you have for us? Who is surviving this week?
Yes, I've watched Champions League over time now. So I have drawn a conclusion that you don't conclude Champions League match with one leg. You conclude it because you have seen overturning of result. We have seen result overturn 4 goals to 0, 3 goals to 0, 3 goals to 1. So until both Man City, Chelsea, the match is concluded in Etihad and Stamford Bridge respectively, you can't conclude the match. So I see 4 English teams qualifying: Arsenal, Liverpool, Chelsea, Man City.
Wonderful. Okay.
I see them qualifying. Because I know that the spirit of Champions League, if it enters the players, you will see that those score line in 30 minutes. When somebody is telling you that it's 3-3, you won't believe it. So let's watch what will happen Wednesday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Then we'll draw a conclusion. That is my take on that.
Thank you so much for your take, Pastor. Right there. Yes, so it's beautiful to understand that Champions League can give you these vibes. Things turn around in Champions League. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, sir.
Welcome. Can you speak up a bit so we could hear you?
Yeah, my name is Duncan. I'm calling from Rivers State.
Welcome.
I think Arsenal and Liverpool, they still have advantage because Arsenal played 1-1 draw with Bayern Liverpool. Tottenham lost to Galatasaray 1-0. I think Liverpool will win for their second leg.
Okay.
Arsenal still have advantage to win, but for Man City and Tottenham and Chelsea, they are gone.
All right.
They cannot do anything.
All right. Thank you so much for.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts right there. Let me take some of the WhatsApp messages that we have right now. This one here. Okay, it's coming in from Simply Goodness from Alakaya. It says, one game, that's football without violence. For MPFL, I will not save any of them. Both of them should sort themselves out in the NNL next season. For the UEFA Champions League, Chelsea, Manchester City, Liverpool, and Newcastle are all out as far as I am concerned. Only Arsenal will survive, only to crash out in the quarterfinals. Finally, the Premier League is not the best league in the world. It is only the most watched and the most entertaining league. Shikina, you ended it there. We are Chelsea. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. This one here says, good day, guys. Arsenal will go through. One of Chelsea or Manchester City will go through. Liverpool may not make it. Newcastle and Tottenham are out. Okechukwu from Owerri. Thank you so much, Okechukwu, for your thoughts there. This other one here says, good afternoon, Osas and the other persons. For me, I want make Chelsea, Arsenal, Newcastle, Spurs, City, Liverpool, all of them to go because they are all playing so poorly. I know one talk before, just that I sleep well on Wednesday. Divine from Chinda. Thank you so much, Divine, for your thoughts there. Let's take this call before we switch things. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Yes, good afternoon.
Welcome. Name, location.
Tubotamuno.
Welcome. It's been a while. Welcome.
Thank you very much for that. I see only 2 Premier League teams qualifying to the next round.
Which one and which one?
That's Arsenal and Liverpool going through. For Arsenal, that game against Bayer Leverkusen was one of the worst performance of the season. Get out for they can see that they still find the way
to get the result done.
Yes, that's how to define potential champion. Not our potential champion. Oh yes.
But what about our world champions?
I'm coming to there for world champion. I was telling people that this PSG side they lost to, hopefully, was this not the same PSG that is won during this concluded Club World Cup? That's to tell you how unfair things are when it comes to this Club World Cup. It's just a kind of glorified friendly, honestly. Because if you can win in PSG in this concluded this thing, when a good home short, it's time now for you to show your potential. They can see that you have nothing to show, nothing to prove. So that's to tell you that this world champion we they used to talk about, it's really nothing to go about. You see. So for Chelsea, forget anything about qualifying to the
All right. All right. Thank you so much, Tubotamino, for your thoughts there. As he says that it's over for Chelsea. You should forget about qualifying to the next round when it has to do with the UEFA Champions League. But it's not only Chelsea, Newcastle, Manchester City, Liverpool, and Tottenham Hotspur that were part and parcel of the activities in Europe. We also had Aston Villa, who were the only English team to have won in Europe this week as they defeated LOSC Lille of France by 1-0 away from home. Nottingham Forest lost at home to Danish side FC Midtjylland. Crystal Palace played a disappointing goalless draw at home against Cyprus side AEK Lanaka. Yeah, that's how it is. And we leave right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's leave talking about everything that has to do with UEFA Champions League. We want to enter Italy to see how things are right there in Italy.
Hello, football fans. My name is Victor Ezeji, MPFL legend, CAF Champions League winner with Eimba and former Super Eagles striker. Always listen to the fans arena with Emeka Dena, the Odogu one of sports. I also listen to him. Keep listening. Don't turn off that dial.
Di saggezza a prendere in corsa lunga, tira in porta, attenzione, parte la sua palla dentro, primo palo, una mischia, può dare il capitano, carica il destro, il tiro, e gol, 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 il capitano!
Lo sai per un gol, io darei la vita, la mia vita, che in fondo lo so, sarà una partita infinita.
A former Inter Milan defender and now a pundit for Sky Sports spoke to the media present during the opening day of the 2026 World Legends Padel Turin in Milan. When asked if the championship is back on, Costa Cota says no. I'm quoting him now. He says no. I reckon Inter Milan will win the Scudetto. We've already got a match to see if the Nerazzurri have bounced back from the derby and their elimination by Bodo Glimt in the UEFA Champions League, which really knocked their morale and also had an impact on the derby. Let's see what happens against Atalanta. It will be a great clash between two sides who need to bounce back. I think they have been focused on winning something right from the start. Last year, they had a brilliant season, but they won nothing. They have set their sights straight away on the most important objective, which is the Scudetto. The Scudetto is the winner, or it's the nickname given to whoever wins the Italian Serie A. So now the Italian Serie A is the only thing that Inter Milan has got to fight for at this point in time. Talking about Costa Cota, he also looked at what Massimiliano Allegri is doing at AC Milan. Massimiliano Allegri is the coach of AC Milan, and when he was asked about what Allegri is doing at AC Milan, Costa Cota said that I think he's up to the job. Against some of the big sides, they've been rewarded for their focus, but they have picked up too few points against smaller teams. This shows there is a mentality issue to be resolved, not losing concentration. Being at a big club also means having the privilege to understand that you have to be the best in every match. Once they grasp this, Milan will go and be able to challenge for the Scudetto. Yes, that's how it is right there in Italy, talking about the Italian Serie A. And lots of matches already on the table in the Italian Serie A. Currently, let me run you through how the table looks right there in the Italian Serie A. Is Inter Milan seated on top with 67 points. AC Milan are second with 60 points. Napoli are seated third with 56 points. It's Como 1907 who are fourth with 51 points. As for AS Roma, they are fifth with 51 points. Juventus are sixth with 50 points. Atalanta, Bologna, Osasuna, and Lazio complete the top 10 right there in the Italian Serie A. For the relegation-bound teams, Fiorentina are part of it. They sit 17th. There is Cremonese in 18th. There is Hellas Verona in 19th. And there is Pisa in 20th. Rock bottom 20th is Pisa. So that's how the Italian Serie A looks like as it stands right now. Let me update you also with the matches to expect for today. Inter Milan would be up against Atalanta, as well said when I read the bulletin right there. So it's going to be at the San Siro as Inter Milan will entertain the team from Bergamo, being Atalanta. Later on by 5 p.m., that game between Inter Milan and Atalanta is slated for 4 called at 2 p.m. So it's already on the clock right now, 5 minutes into that particular encounter. Napoli would take on Lecce by 5 p.m. while Udinese would play host to the old ladies. I call them La Vecchia Signora. Juventus later on. And we would be having some games also on Sunday in the Italian Serie A, where Hellas Verona will be up against Genoa. It's going to be Pisa up against Cagliari. Sassuolo will take on Bologna. Como 1907 will be up against AS Rome, or call them AS Roma, while SS Lazio will play host to AC Milan. That's how it's going to be for today and tomorrow in the Italian Serie A. And talking about the top scorers, we have Lautaro Martinez of Inter Milan seated on top of the top scorers chart with 14 goals and 4 assists to his name. There is Nico Paz, the man who was rented from Real Madrid, and he's somewhere there in Italy playing for Como 1907. He has been brilliant through the season, 9 goals and 6 assists to his name. There is also Karen Yildiz of Juventus with 9 goals and 5 assists. We've also got Davis of Udinese with 9 goals and 3 assists. Talking about the Scudetto, yes, we've had what Costa Curta talked about, saying that the favorites are talking about Alexandro Costa Curta. He says the favorites to win the Scudetto for this particular season in the Serie A has to be Inter Milan. They've been knocked out of the UEFA Champions League by a small but mighty Bodo Glimt of Norway. Last season, they were humiliated in the finals of the UEFA Champions League by the winners and current champions, or current defending champions, Paris Saint-Germain. It was a 5-goal thriller in that particular encounter, and it looked like, is this the Inter Milan that we used to know? But right now, Inter Milan have just the Scudetto to fight for. Do you think that, they are the outright favorites this time to win the Scudetto? They sit on top, as I said before, with 67 points, and that should be 7 points clear of second place AC Milan. Yes, 7 points clear of second place AC Milan. 28 matches played. You have 10 matches to go. Can Inter Milan hold it through to get themselves the Scudetto at the end of the season?
Yes, it's possible that they can do that. And I think this also shows you how poor the Italian league is compared to the rest of Europe. Saying that we even have Bodo Glimt knocking them out last season as well too. They were able to reach the Champions League final, and that poor performance was not something that you really want to look at as one of the top 5 leagues this season. No team made it apart from Atalanta. And it looks like Atalanta are going to be packing their bags early after what Bayern Munich did to them. So
they say the Champions League is full of surprises. Atalanta can go over to Allianz Arena and beat Bayern Munich by 7-0 and qualify.
No, this Atalanta.
It's possible.
No, this Bayern Munich. If I said that,
it's possible. You have not seen what football can do.
History that Bayern will lose to 3 goals or 4 or 5 goals in that Bayern Arena. It's not possible. Atlanta is gone already. Let them just go.
Atalanta is packing their bags, but the main focus, Inter, the title. It's possible. Milan is just 7 points behind them. Anything can happen in the Italian league. And then you have to also look at last season. Inter Milan just missed out on by just a point. separating them and Napoli, who won the Scudetto. Then, if they hadn't lost to Roma at home and maybe drew to, I think, Hellas Verona also, I think they would have been champions last season instead of Napoli, because it was not like Napoli were that fantastic last season. It was not even AC Milan that are currently second now. AC Milan did not qualify for Champions League. That was why they were thinking of getting Mike Magnan. Manchester United were thinking of getting Mike Magnan, because they know both teams don't have Champions League football. So we might as well just get the goalkeeper. But it's possible that Inter can also drop points, but they only have one thing to look at, and that is that's the Scudetto. Same thing with Milan as well. So that's the Scudetto that they're both focusing on. So you're pouring all your attention, your resources into getting that Scudetto. So I don't see why you should be failing. It's not like you have multiple competitions to focus on. You don't have multiple competitions to participate in. For me and Inter Milan, for AC Milan, it's just to try their best to keep on the chase. That's how the chase is going to be. Just keep on the chase. 7 points. They see that belief at the back of your mind that Inter will sleep. Inter are going to drop points. At the end of the day, and we just need to capitulate on that. And it's going to be a long, short rest of games for both sides. And you see who comes out of top. Allegri doing a good job there. Conte doing Conte. Inter's coach doing a good job there as well. So we'll see how the season turns out at the end of the day.
Okay, I've seen how the season turns out at the end of the day, right there at the Italian Serie A. Do you have the belief that it's done and dusted for Inter Milan winning the Scudetto? Alexandro Costacuta has already said it, that they are the favourites and they have nothing else to give this season apart from winning the Italian Serie A and bringing the Scudetto back to San Siro right there. But they've got the other side of Milan to contend with, which is AC Milan, and as well as defending champions Napoli are also in that mix. But possibilities of dropping 7 points between now and the end of the season for Inter Milan, how possible will that be at this point? I think time will tell. You can also share your thoughts with us on that particular one via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. Tell us what you feel. Do you think that Inter Milan are the favourites going on to win the Italian Serie A?
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
Fans, my name is Victor Ezeji, MPFL legend, CAF Champions League winner with Eimba and former Super Eagles striker. Always listen to the Fans Arena with Emeka Dena, the Odogu one of sports.
Yes, welcome back from that short timeout. We're still talking about the Italian Serie A, and this is Fans Arena. Osasin Hewin holding down things here. There is also Ovia Wallace right here and Emmanuel Andrew. And we are looking at the possible favorites to win the Italian Serie A. Alexandro Costacuta says it is Inter Milan. But away from that, Italian football hopes is on securing a fifth Champions League place next season, and it remains alive. But the path to achieving that is pretty narrow and dependent on some sequence of results that will be panning out. Yes, from the UEFA Champions League, the basis for qualification is UEFA's in-season coefficient ranking, which determines whether a fifth club from a given nation earns an additional Champions League spot. So what is happening right now is that Italy is currently seated fourth on that list, behind England, Spain, Germany. Then it is Portugal that is very close to them. But if, for example, the way England is not performing very well, after the second leg, if everybody in the English Premier League packs their bags and go home, then maybe miraculously Atalanta gets to stay put. Do not forget that Italy still has teams in the Europa League as well as the UEFA Conference League. Fiorentina is in that mix also. I think AS Roma is also in that mix also. And if these teams do well over there, that means Italy could rise on the coefficient ranking and get that extra one more spot in the UEFA Champions League. But the question is, even if you get the extra one more spot, what would you use it to do? Italian Serie A. What would you use it to do? Because the best team in Italy, which happens to be Inter Milan based on what has been happening of recent, cannot even hold their own in the UEFA Champions League. Is it AC Milan that have not come there for a while? Napoli that are very shaky, or maybe Como 1907 that would now qualify for the UEFA Champions League? What do you want to use that extra fifth spot in the UEFA Champions League to do? But is there a possibility that Italian Serie A can finally rise on that coefficient table and get that fifth spot? The last time was English Premier League that got it. Fine.
Like getting the spot.
Yeah, getting the spot.
Definitely, I don't think so. Because do you want to see Genoa playing in the Champions League?
How would Genoa play in the Champions League?
Yes, now Genoa can finish top now. Or Cagliari. No, now it will be too poor. Although Como is the only thing I can see. Or Lazio. No, Lazio have not played in the Champions League for a very long time. So they might be looking at that. Even Roma. The last time you saw Roma play, was it against Barcelona? Where it was a very tough match, although. But Italian teams, looking at the Italian teams, just few can compete in the Champions League. Even in Europa League, you see how they are struggling. Conference League, they are still struggling. It's been a while, so although.
All right.
Roma and Lazio.
Okay. All right. Possibilities are there that the Italian Serie A could bounce back and get that extra one spot. But ladies and gentlemen out there, how do you see this being possible? Yeah, if the English Premier League sides perform poorly, then it could open the door for Italian sides, or call that the Italian Serie A, to punch above their weight and get that extra one slot. But what will it do for the Italian Serie A? 5 Italian teams coming into the UEFA Champions League for next season. Would that be a good competition in the UEFA Champions League, or do you think that this one is not needed? Italy continues to cry for quality football.
Or just to God, I think I would prefer 5 Portuguese teams
than 5 Italian teams.
All right,
let's hear from the callers out there, as the phone line is open right now for us to talk about the Italian Serie A. 0810-951-0951. You heard what Alexandro Costacuta said, that's Inter Milan being the favorites to win the Italian Serie A. Is that your favorite for you? Is it Inter Milan's time now to win the Italian Serie A? Do you think that outrightly they hold the favorite spot to win the Italian Serie A? And secondly, can the Italian Serie A get that 5th spot for the UEFA Champions League? Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Welcome.
this is Daniel.
Daniel, welcome back.
My brother, talk about AC now. But to me first, I'm seeing that they carry this meat. But where I will get at is that when they produce 5 teams for the next season, go far.
That's the question. Can they go far? The best team from the Italian Serie A doesn't even.
Let me go there, go do attendance. As then you come at home. Let them just produce before.
Okay.
When you are watching the football, before you know now, you still not talk only England and Spain. Not very big. How many clubs is going producing next season to Champions League?
It's 36.
No one, thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts right there. You can keep the calls coming in 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. You can also make use of the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. It's doubled at 0701-933-9962. You can send your thoughts there. It's for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. We've got this one here that's coming from Chisom from Omagwa. That should be a he. Okay, he says he go surprise una all English teams go this week. Okay, that's say he go surprise una all English teams go house this week. That's talking about the UEFA Champions League. All English teams, including Arsenal. Is that fair? That's not fair. That's not fair at this point. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Welcome.
My name.
Welcome.
Please, let me tell you about this Italian football club.
Go on.
This Italian football, they don't protect their players. They always say their best out of the league.
Okay.
They don't protect them. They don't even value themselves. If they value them, they will not be selling their players. But if, peradventure, Italian league guys, they have like 5 teams in UEFA Champions League, they will not perform well. They will still come back at the group stage. That is the problem they are having. If you look at the Italian league for some years ago now, you will know that their best players are leaving them. The prolific players that are playing in the league are no more there again. So they used to say they're having problem with them and they sell them out. So that is the problem that the Italian league are having. Not that they are no good. They are very, very good and they play football very well, which I enjoy Italian league even more than sometimes. You look at their defense, they are doing well. But they always sell them out. So they don't value their players again. Best players, they don't value them. Instead, they show them out and then leave the league so vulnerable. That is the problem they are having. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for your thoughts right there. You can keep the calls coming in at 0810-951-0951. You could also make use of the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, which is doubled at 0701-933-9962. We're talking about the Italian Serie A right now. Favorites to win the Scudetto, is it Inter Milan? They are 7 points ahead of their arch rivals, AC Milan. Is that a home dry path to win the Italian Serie A? Do you think that Inter Milan have deserved it and they are going home with that Scudetto title at the end of the season? And for the Italian league on European competitions, do you think that they could push above their weight to get that extra Champions League slot? And what could be done to salvage what is left of Italian teams, because they've got poor performances at the European scenes? 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. For now, ladies and gentlemen, we are leaving Italy and we're moving to Spain.
Hey guys, Wagwan, it's a girl Tacha, and trust me, you're listening to the Fans Arena. Be there right now. Love you and kisses. Mwah.
more than the sum of its parts with the German boss in charge. Barcelona won 3 trophies last season, having already landed the Spanish Super Cup in the current campaign and remain in the mix for the La Liga title as well as the UEFA Champions League title. And Hansi Flick has had to work under financial constraints since joining Barcelona, and his effect on the squad has been hailed by former Espanyol star Moses Hurtado. And Hurtado says that, I think Hansi Flick is a genius and what he's doing with Barca is spectacular. This Barca owes him practically everything because he has increased the value of all its players. I think the current squad is worse than what Hansi Flick is doing with it. Hansi Flick will be hoping to add to his squad in the summer and has seen presidential candidates Victor Font as well as Juan Laporte say a lot about potential transfer in the build-up to their election. So this is huge praises coming for Barcelona's manager Hansi Flick. The German has come to Spain to make Barcelona great again. Mosi Hurtado, being a former Espanyol star, says he thinks Hansi Flick is a genius and what he's doing for Barcelona is spectacular. Barcelona of recent played out a 1-1 draw with Newcastle and would be hoping to slaughter Newcastle when they return to Camp Nou at the end of the second leg of the round of 16 in this current UEFA Champions League. But last season, Barcelona won 3 trophies. Yes, 3 trophies. This season, they've won 1 already, being the Spanish Super Cup. And they've got 2 trophies to look out for. They're out of the Copa del Rey, knocked out by Atletico Madrid, almost turning things around. 4-0 at the Wanda Metropolitano, being the home of Atletico Madrid. 3-0 at Camp Nou, being the home of Barcelona. 1 more goal would have balanced everything, but unfortunately for the Blaugranas, they were knocked out of the Copa del Rey, but they had the chance of still making 3 trophies this season. Remember, the Spanish La Liga, they sit on top with a 4-point difference to Real Madrid. A quick look at the Spanish La Liga table. Barcelona sits on top after 27 games with 67 points. Real Madrid are second with 63 points, and Villarreal with 28 games are third with 55 points. Atletico Madrid are fourth with 27, call that 54 points after 27 games. Real Betis completes the top 5 with 43 points after 27 games. For the relegation fight, it's between Elche, Mallorca, Levante and Real Oviedo. For Elche, they are 17th with 26 points. Mallorca are 18th with 25 points. Levante 19th with 22 points. And Real Oviedo sit rock bottom with 18 points right there in the Spanish La Liga table. For the fixtures for today, we'll be having Girona take on Athletic Bilbao. That game is currently up and running. I will update you with the scores coming from the various centers pretty soon. And Atletico Madrid will take on Getafe at the Wanda Metropolitano, and it's going to be by 5:15. For the game between Girona and Athletic Club de Bilbao, it's 1-0 in favor of Girona in that particular center. Real Oviedo will play host to Valencia by 5:30, while Real Madrid will be up against Elche by 8 p.m. And for tomorrow, being Sunday, Mallorca will take on Espanyol by 1 p.m. Barcelona will be up against Sevilla by 3:15. Real Betis will take on Celta Vigo by 5:30, while Real Sociedad will be up against Osasuna by 8 p.m. Let's quickly look at the top scorers chart right there in the Spanish La Liga. It's Kylian Mbappe seated on top with 23 goals, and we also have Muriqi of Mallorca in second with 18 goals. Lamine Yamal has moved into third with 14 goals, and Budimer of Osasuna is seated right there fourth with 13 goals, while Ferran Torres completes the top 5 with 12 goals. But back to what we were saying, looking at Barcelona as it stands right now, 3 trophies were won last season. Can Hansi Flick keep up with this season to also deliver 3 trophies right there for Barcelona in Spain?
Highest he can do with it's the Spanish La Liga. I think the Champions League is a whole different ball game. With the competition, the level of competition, as I've said, to me, I believe the 2 most dangerous teams are Real Madrid and Bayern Munich, as we are already into this stage of the competition. Newcastle still have every hope of knocking Barca out. I think they could have done a better job right there at St. James Park. They just couldn't make good use of their chances. They couldn't capitulate on their chances, and then because you look at that match, they were able to shut down Lamine Yamal, they shut down Rafinha and the rest, and if they can do the same at Camp Nou, which is going to be very, very, very hard to do, but if they can do that and make good use of their chances, Gordon didn't play in that match. If they can make good use of their chances, I think they will be able to knock out Barca. Otherwise, it's going to be tough for Barca. And then look at Barca's next opposition. They might face they will face Atletico Madrid. It's not Tottenham coming back. They will face Atletico Madrid if they do get past. They do get past Newcastle United. But for the league, it's a whole different ball game in that it's a marathon, and Hansi Flick knows how to run that marathon. He knows how to run the marathon, and we've seen he has done it. He did it during his first season, even with pressure, even with the injuries, even with, we say, the money management, because they were not able to get as much. He was still able to consult the players with injuries and still able to get them over that finish line, get them the Spanish Cup, get them the Copa del Rey, get them the La Liga, the Champions League. Well, you see, you could really fault it to the players, say, being playful during the last few minutes against Inter Milan. This season, we'll see if maybe they've matured, but I still believe it's going to be much more tougher this season than it was last season. And he's facing an inexperienced coach in Arbeloa, who I believe has not really
inexperienced. Wipe experience, 3 goals to 0. I are still calling him inexperienced.
I don't believe that was much Arbeola's impact. Now it was the player's impact for me in that match. I don't believe it was Arbeola's impact. That's why I've not really seen his imprints in this team over the. Madrid are still shaky. We saw when they lost back-to-back games. They've been able to find their foot. Just 4 points separating them, and Barca. It's still going to take time for them to get into the groove. And I would say Arbeloa's tactic to be imprinted in this team. But I think it's just Madrid in the Champions League that we are seeing. And Madrid in the Champions League, when it comes to the knockout stages, especially as they go deeper into the competition, they become more of the favorites in the competition.
All right.
And in the league, it's a whole different ball game. It's who can manage players better, who can manage the season better. And Hansi Flick is much more experienced. He has done it with Bayern Munich. He has done it as well with with Barca, and he did it during his first season. So the marathon for me is going to be won by Hansi Flick.
Okay, marathon being won by Hansi Flick. Ovia Wallace has said that already. Ladies and gentlemen out there, what do you think? Do you think that Hansi Flick can deliver 3 trophies as he did last season for Barcelona this season? They've got the Spanish Super Cup already, but this term it just has to be the UEFA Champions League as well as the La Liga. For the La Liga, they sit on top, 4 points clear from chasing Real Madrid, arch rivals Real Madrid for the Spanish La Liga. But for the UEFA Champions League, it's going to be a whole lot to get to the finals and win it this time. But do you think that Hansi Flick can close in this particular one and win 3 trophies for Barcelona? Let me know your thoughts. The phone line is open. The SMS and the WhatsApp portal is also there for your taking. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, 0701 933 9962. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, my brother.
Welcome. where he's active at this point. For the Copa del Rey, he's out of it and would not be thinking of that particular one. 08109510951. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Ken calling from Eagle Island.
Welcome.
This is the first time caller.
Whoa, take it. It's there for you.
Yes. For me, I think you cannot win it. The back team cannot win it today. But why do I say so? The Highland they are playing, their backline, I don't think they can go further to win it. But I think they're doing it though. Not them.
Okay. And the double is going to be already they have the Spanish Super Cup, then the La Liga for you.
The La Liga, yes.
Okay. All right.
Is there anything with the score like between Villarreal yesterday?
All right, I'll do that quickly before we leave talking about the Spanish La Liga. Thank you so much for your thoughts right there. You can keep the calls coming in. The phone line is still open, 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. You can also make use of the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. That is double that 0701-933-9962. Hello, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good evening. I'm sorry, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Ambassador Roland, Barcelona CEO, calling from Oyibo.
Welcome.
Thank you. I love the question you asked. Never say never.
Obviously.
But notwithstanding, as a Fletch, I think the challenges we're having right now is that back line of the thing. But from the look of things, Barcelona still have that. If it's for La Liga, I think they have already elected it. And that is second trophy. Then for the Champions League aspect of it, the obstacle I'm seeing there is the final. As long as I'm concerned, Newcastle, Atletico Madrid, or Arsenal, there are no game to Barcelona. So it's just the final that I'm seeing, okay? So, and whatever be the case, if you can get to the final, we'll have no issue regarding that.
Okay.
So everything is possible. I see Barcelona, the 3 trophies are already in the bag. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Aboki Pikin. Welcome.
Make I tell you about football. Football, you go wait till the 90 minutes.
I know.
And then they shout, say, give us page.
Nah, they don't give them
5 loaf of bread and 2 fishes.
They don't.
They were able to give 2 fishes. You understand? You don't believe say PSG gonna give that 5 loaf of bread. They were able to give 2 fishes. So if now back at home, you understand the back at a big play Champions League well. If that spirit is inside them, Newcastle will come back England. Let me tell you this, is just confirm. But Moku just wait say 90 minutes speak for the football. That is what we believe in, 90 minutes. Moku know they play bad, they carry hope, they waga for Rodo. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Aboki Pikin, for your thoughts right there. As he said, Chelsea collected 5 loaves of bread and 2 fishes. For my friend who asked for the scores from the game between Deportivo Alaves and Villarreal yesterday, it ended 1-1. 1-1 between Deportivo Alaves and Villarreal. A quick run through of the scores as well as the games to be expected today. Burnley would be up against Bournemouth in the English Premier League. It's going to be Sunderland up against Brighton and Hove Albion. Arsenal will entertain Everton. Chelsea will be up against Newcastle United. That's by 6:30 for Arsenal. Everton 6:30 for Burnley. Bournemouth 4 p.m. and for Sunderland, Brighton 4 p.m. also. And finally, later on this evening, West Ham United will take on Manchester City by 9 p.m. In the Spanish La Liga, one game up and running already. Girona leading Athletic Club de Bilbao by a goal to nil. 8 minutes of play in that particular center. We also have Atletico Madrid will be coming up against Getafe by 4:15. It will be 6:30. Real Oviedo will take on Valencia, and Real Madrid will be up against Elche by 9 p.m. For the German Bundesliga, Bayer Leverkusen will take on Bayern Munich by 3:30. Same 3:30 will see Borussia Dortmund up against Augsburg, Eintracht Frankfurt up against FC Heidenheim, Hoffenheim up against Wolfsburg, and Hamburger FC will take on FC Cologne by 6:30, that's for Hamburger SV. Then we have the Italian Serie A. Inter Milan will be up against Atalanta by 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. Napoli will take on Lecce. Udinese will take on Juventus by 8:45. In this French Ligue 1 is going to be Lorient up against Lens by 5 p.m. and by 7 p.m. Angers will take on Nice, while AS Monaco will be up against Stade Brestois by 9:05 p.m. So that's how the fixtures are in the top 5 leagues right there in Europe. You can still air your thoughts on the talking points that we've got concerning Barcelona. Can Hansi Flick win 3 trophies this season? He has got one already, 2 more right in front of him, the UEFA Champions League and the Spanish La Liga. Can he go all the way and still make it 3 this season like he did last season? Before we leave talking Barcelona, let me let you know that Super Eagles and Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen has been popped up or has been put through on the transfer list for Spanish Giants FC Barcelona. According to reports, Barcelona are looking to have him as a replacement for Robert Lewandowski, whose contract will be expiring at the end of the season. Galatasaray's president Dursun Özbek spoke up saying that there is no release clause to Victor Osimhen's contract, and Barcelona wants to close in on Victor Osimhen quite early before the end of the season, as well as the start of the summer transfer window. But quickly, guys, is there a good or a light at the end of the tunnel for Victor Osimhen at Barcelona if he makes that move?
Yeah, I think so. Moving to Barcelona, I think you actually contend for goals and top scorer, and to be a good move for him.
A good move.
Very good move for him.
A good move for Victor Osimhen to Barcelona. Let's take this call. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I call back again.
Welcome.
Roland.
Okay, Roland. Welcome.
Yes. Please, if that story is real and true, please tell Victor Osimhen to enter the next available flight. Please, in Barcelona, he is guaranteed of the Champions League and the league and world best Ballon d'Or. I'm not lying to you. If that story is true, tell him to please forfeit everything and move. Please, I beg you. I know I'm saying it. Biko. Please. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Roland, for your thoughts right there. Victor Osimhen cannot abandon his current contract, else now prison straight for him if you know they're careful. But definitely, if they come calling at the end of the season by the summer transfer window, who would not want to accept Barcelona? Who would want to say no to a club like Barcelona at this point? But it's going to be a big one for Victor Osimhen if he does move to Barcelona. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move ahead as we move from Spain to Germany. But before we do that, listen, it is the Fans Arena.
My name is Mutiu Adepoju, former Super Eagles midfielder and 1994 AFCON winner. Keep listening to the Fans Arena with Emeka Dena, the Odo.
where we will be talking about Bayern Munich, or call that Bayern Munich. But before we do that, let me let you know that this is the Fans Arena, and you can be part of it at any point as a sponsor to keep the show running on your favorite dial, Today 95.1 FM. To do that, just call the number 0803 503 1357. I'll call that again, 0803 503 1357. That's to be a part of the Fans Arena family, keeping it up and running as a sponsor on the show. All right, we talk the German Bundesliga as Bayer Leverkusen head coach Kasper Heumann is having a week. His reward for ending a 1-0 draw with Arsenal in the UEFA Champions League, where his team got hit by a late penalty kick, is to face Bayern Munich in this week's Bundesliga. And he went on to say that we have played against one of the best teams in Europe, being Arsenal, and I can say the same about our next opponent, being Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich have a top team. They are probably even a bit more complete in their style of play than Arsenal. Therefore, we have to deliver another top performance tomorrow. That's being today. That's going to be a huge one for Bayer Leverkusen at this point. Not the best of times to face Bayern Munich at this point, but it's going to be two huge games for the coach of the side, Kasper Heumann, being the coach of Bayer Leverkusen. But he says they will be giving optimum performance. They will be giving all against Bayer Leverkusen. They host Bayern Munich. I beg your pardon. They host Bayern Munich at the Bay Arena by 3:30. So that game would be up and running in a couple of minutes from now. Call that 40 or 42 minutes from now. We'll have that game up and running. But how do you think this would impact the Bayer Leverkusen squad ahead of this game against Bayern Munich? They have Arsenal to contend with next week in the UEFA Champions League. You just came off from taking on Arsenal in that energy-burning encounter. So definitely it's going to be like 3 matches to prepare for, high-stake matches to prepare for. What do you think that this could do to Bayer Leverkusen? And is it going to be an advantage to Arsenal that Bayern Munich stress Bayer Leverkusen later on this evening?
It could be an advantage, but then again, both teams are also competing in the continent in Europe next week, so they might be looking to rest most of their players, even though you might look as a big game. Bayern are currently top of the table with 11 points, separating them with second place Borussia Dortmund, and we know Bayern are not going to drop as most 5-10 points or over 6 points for the remainder of the season. For Bayer Leverkusen as well too, they are in a place, a spot for the Conference League. Second is following them is Frankfurt, and it's going to be hard for Frankfurt to catch up. It's almost 12-13 points for Frankfurt to catch up with them. So I would say both teams won't go full out against each other today, and they'll be looking to rest their players because they know it's much more of a bigger step next week, as they'll be going to play each other in the Champions League. Bayern Munich should be taking on Atalanta, which we already know. You could say they're already into the next stage of the competition, because I don't think there's a way Atalanta will be turning a 5-goal difference between both teams. For Bayer Leverkusen, they knew that they could have gotten the victory against Arsenal at Bay Arena last week. And
call it this week.
This week, you might want to call it this week. And they know next week going to the Emirates is going to be much tougher opposition. They need everyone 100%. So it's going to be a quiet game today for me when I see both teams go head to head with each other.
All right, a quiet game for Uwe Wallace when both teams go head to head. Looking at the Bundesliga table as it stands right here in front of me, Bayern Munich are on top of the table with 66 points, 10 points clear from second place Borussia Dortmund with 55 points after 25 matches played. Hoffenheim are third with 49 points. It's Stuttgart in fourth with 47 points, and RB Leipzig completes the top five with 47 points. Bayer Leverkusen are sixth with 44 points. And for the relegation battle, it's going to be between Mainz 05, St. Pauli, Wolfsburg, and Heidenheim. Heidenheim are seated rock bottom 18th on the log with 14 points. And let me quickly update you with the fixtures to expect in the German Bundesliga. Bayer Leverkusen in a couple of minutes from now will be up against Bayern Munich, and Borussia Dortmund would also at 3:30 take on Augsburg. It's going to be Eintracht Frankfurt taking on FC Heidenheim by 3:30. Hoffenheim will take on Wolfsburg by 3:30, and Hamburger SV will be up against FC Cologne. That's going to be by 6:30. Yes, that's how it's going to be today in the German Bundesliga. And for tomorrow, we'll have Werder Bremen take on Mainz 05. Freiburg will take on Union Berlin. Stuttgart would then take on RB Leipzig. And a quick look at the goal scorers chart in the German Bundesliga. It's Harry Kane who sits on top with 30 goals already and 5 assists. Yes, big one there for Harry Kane. Then Ondav of Stuttgart is the one who is in second spot with 15 goals. We've got Luis Diaz of Bayern Munich in third with 14 goals, and there's Sergio Guirassy of Borussia Dortmund with 12 goals. Tabakovic of Bayern, called that Borussia Mönchengladbach, is fifth with 11 goals. So that's how the top scorers chart is right there in Germany. For Bayer Leverkusen, they may be without Alejandro Grimado for the game against Bayern Munich, and Loic Bardet would also be missing. Lucas Vazquez, Otho, Elisen Ben Sergi, as well as Mark Flecken. These players would be missing for Bayer Leverkusen. But as we're looking at this right now, is it an advantage for Arsenal for the second leg that these players get missing, that Bayer Leverkusen gets battered today by Bayern Munich?
Yeah, for sure. Bayern Leverkusen, I don't think they will be a tough team for Arsenal to beat at home. You know, the Emirates is a very tough ground for almost all the teams. You can ask Chelsea now. 4 times, 5 times, Arsenal would win. Even against City, for some seasons now, I don't think City can even come to Etihad and the Emirates and win. So for Leverkusen, this today match against Bayern Munich is going to be a tough match because, you know, coming back from 6-1 victory that Bayern has already dealt with Atlanta, I think they will use that pressure and that composure and see off this match because although Kane is not fit currently, he has few injuries, but although Olise and Jackson, they are in form currently. Yeah, Jackson is doing well so far. So Bayern Leverkusen, I don't see them coming out with at least 2 points or 3 points. They might even just lose like 2 or 3 goals. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, over to you right now. What do you see happening from the German center, the center where Bayer Leverkusen would be taking on Bayern Munich? Do you think that is going to be an outright victory for Bayern Munich? The coach of Bayer Leverkusen, talking about Kasper Holzmann, he has talked about this particular encounter, and he says that, they did have a very tough game against Arsenal and yet another tough game against Bayern Munich, but they will be giving their all. Do you think that whatever happens today, if it doesn't favor Bayer Leverkusen, is going to be an advantage to Arsenal as they look to the return leg at the Emirates Stadium against Bayer Leverkusen? The phone line is open 0810-951-09 Today95.1fm. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it's also there for your taking 0701 933 9962. You could also at any point go to the Facebook page the Fans Arena, and you could like the page and follow through with all the posts that we'll be having over there. Yes, keep the action alive from that particular center. So 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. For Bayer Leverkusen, do you think that if they get battered by Bayern Munich, it's going to be an advantage for Arsenal going into the second leg of the round of 16 of the UEFA Champions League? They will be playing Bayer Leverkusen at the Emirates Stadium. So, players rested, the team depleted against Bayern Munich. If the stress comes more, then is it an advantage to Arsenal? Yes, that's it. We will be moving ahead to the English Premier League to look at stories making the rounds around or talking about the English Premier League sides.
My name is Azubike Gwekwe, former Super Eagles International, a 2013 Nations Cup winner. You are listening to the Fans Arena.
1998. We are Arsenal. Wembley born. We love Arsenal. Oh yes. We are Arsenal. No mercy. We're Arsenal forever. We are Arsenal.
Yes, Arsenal, the most talked about team in England and most likely in the world these days, as Mikel Arteta, coach of Arsenal, has defended Bukayo Saka, saying he fully trusts and loves the winger after he was substituted in Arsenal's 1-0 draw against Bayer Leverkusen in the first leg of the round of 16 in the UEFA Champions League. The 24-year-old was the first player withdrawn at the Bay Arena when he was replaced by Noni Madueke on the 60th minute after a subpar performance, a decision that proved correct from Mikel Arteta as Noni Madueke went ahead to win a late penalty that secured a draw for his side. And Mikel Arteta is here telling us why that substitution was made and why he still has faith in Bukayo Saka.
Yes, I mean, we have changed the unit a lot, much more than in recent years. The amount of games and minutes that he's played now, I think it's a bit more than already the whole of last season. So we just have to understand the demands that we are putting on players as well, and that's another thing that obviously when we talk about the beauty of the game and all these things affect certain things for sure.
We're all back in you.
Yeah, that was Mikel Arteta there talking about the pressure that is on Bukayo Saka at this point. Sometimes players perform and sometimes they do not perform, but when the pressure is much, it tells on the player. Yeah, of recent, we've had calls that Noni Madueke should start ahead of Bukayo Saka based on the performances that have been coming in of recent. Standout performance from Noni Madueke against Bayer Leverkusen in the Champions League, where he replaced an underperforming Saka and won that crucial late penalty. We've got pundits like Charlie Austin arguing that Mikel Arteta should make the brave decision to drop Bukayo Saka, noting that Noni Madueke offers the directness and spark currently missing from Saka's game. A huge one there, Ovie Wallace. A huge one there. Bukayo Saka, we've seen seasons where Bukayo Saka single-handedly won that you could say is the brightest of them all in Arsenal. Pulled the team, scored the goals, gave the assist, and made sure that Arsenal got to where they are today. But if you stop performing in football, it's definitely a time to call in another comrade to do it for you. Do you think it's that time right now for Mikel Arteta to look at Bukayo Saka and say, you just have to sit out and let a more informed Noni Madueke take the reins?
Yeah, I like as you said informed, because we all know form changes, and right now Bukayo Saka he's out of form, and you see it's just been Madueke's time to shine. The man has been enjoying himself really, really well in that Arsenal jersey since he came. And the critics that were even saying that don't worry, they'll pay Chelsea, that he should go back, I've turned around and actually welcomed the man into the squad. But it's form. I think what Saka has done for Arsenal over the years cannot be underrated, cannot be underestimated, and just right now he's out of form, and I believe he's still going to be a crucial aspect in them winning the Premier League and them also winning the Champions League, because you don't know, next match it could be Madueke who loses form. He starts the game, he's not able to convert, and then you bring in Bukayo Saka, and then fortunes change. I think that's how football works. It's only, you see, the best that really maintain their class. You look at the likes of Toni Kroos, look at the likes of Ronaldo, Benzema, Lionel Messi, and the rest. I think those ones are in a whole different world of their own, and it's going to be hard for you to really drop them on the bench. But I think Bukayo Saka, he might not have reached that class yet for Arsenal, but I think so far so good. He's, and what you say, when he's in form, he's very crucial into a very crucial piece to Mikel Arteta's plans, and going forward he's still going to be a crucial piece no matter how much Madueke is there, unless maybe 2 seasons, 1-2 seasons, the man does not, or the man keeps dropping form, and you see Madueke just keeps on performing better. I think that's when you see you can change them over the long run. But I think this right now is just short-term success for Noni Madueke, and you see a short-term downpour for Bukayo Saka. So the issue of changing, I don't think it should be mentioned, I think, for now.
All right, the issue of changing not to be mentioned for now. Emmanuel, is it something that you feel also Mikel Arteta sticking to Bukayo Saka and letting both players interchange themselves than saying Noni Madueke should become the outright starter from the right-hand side?
Yeah. Madueke should be the starter for Arsenal currently, because currently this is like one of the worst seasons so far for Saka. I've never seen Saka go a season without more than 10 goals, but so far so good. I think that injury problem has affected the whole season for him. But against the last match Arsenal played, when they gave him the captain ban, you saw what he did in the match, scoring the winning goal against Brighton. Yeah, so some matches it gets to his head that, oh, let me just do this thing for my team. But currently, so far so good. He's not that Saka that we know. You know, some players are underperforming this season. Not only Saka, in some other teams you see players like Salah underperforming. So for me, I think Arteta is for him to actually back Saka up against Leverkusen is not actually proper, because in that match the most low-rated player in that match is Saka. I think 6.0, where you see other players getting 9 points, 8 points. That's too poor for Saka. But against Everton today, I think Madueke should start.
All right.
Because Madueke is good with footwork, and yeah, definitely is better.
All right, so Arsenal will definitely be taking on Everton later on today as they look to move 10 points clear at the top of the Premier League table. Meanwhile, Manchester City would face a difficult trip to relegation battling West Ham United. The man in the week was, of course, Kai Havertz, who returned to scoring against his former side, Bayer Leverkusen, and it might be that he now finds a place in the starting 11 once again for Arsenal. So, but definitely one thing is sure, there should be squad rotation. What could be the best approach right now for Mikel Arteta? Because he's got the English Premier League, he's chasing for it, he's got the UEFA Champions League, he's got the FA Cup, he's got the Carabao Cup in front of him against a Manchester City. What could be the best approach right now for Mikel Arteta? I want to get your thoughts out there. What could be the best approach for Mikel Arteta at this point? How does he manage the players that he has got? He has got a lot on his table for him not to, because Arsenal could lose everything if players are not managed properly at this point. Right now, we are seeing a head-to-head logout between Bukayo Saka and Noni Madueke. How should he be managing this one right now? To the phone line we go. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Is this no photocopy?
No photocopy, no duplicate.
Welcome.
On the line.
Welcome.
I represent Ruibo. I think my own views in this regard is that in the first place, Ateta became this big because he was playing in an Arsenal that does not have a player to challenge him.
Okay.
As Saka would not have he would not have started in a team that has Salah, Firmino, and Mane. He wouldn't have started in a team that have a Suarez, Neymar, and Messi. He became the Lord of Arsenal, so people overrate him, overhype him.
Okay.
When you check his stats with people that play in that place, you check what the likes of Arjen Robben used to do, who play in that same place. You check what Salah did, you will know that he is not a match. He's not coming close to people that play that kind of football in that flank, in that place. Be that as it may. If they leave sentiment alone and allow this mad wicket to start and give the chance that they're giving Saka, that guy will bench Saka because that guy is very direct and aggressive. If Saka, that ball that caused that penalty, Saka would have come back. He would have turned. It's easy to understand. I'm very soft. This mad wicket is very fast and he always aggressive like the likes of Duku. To break into, if you don't like the like, you play like the Diaz that is in Bayern. I was playing for Liverpool. They always want to penetrate 18, while Saka will come back. While Saka was there now for up to 60 minutes before he does not have one assist, no shot on target in a Bayern Leverkusen that is 6th in their league, and you are topping Premier League, which you claim to be one of the best league in the world. So I think that we operate him. Just like Semenyo. When Semenyo was in Brentford, he saw football. In Madrid, you know what they call football. He happened to Grealish. Grealish was a captain of Aston Villa. When he came to Man City, he saw football. He returned back to Everton. He's not being in Arsenal. Arsenal have a lot of a player then were a fresh player. It is this season that they bring people that they give the people chance. They will stop Saka. But if I'm a Teta, I will start playing a mad wicket so that he should wake up and know that he's not the best. And his best is yet to come. Because in all his reign in Arsenal, he was not able in 5 years more than to bring a trophy to Arsenal compared to other people who reign in their team. In the reign of other players in their couple of teams, they cap it up with a trophy.
Okay.
And this season, if they don't do prayer and fasting, it might still go trophyless because of the road is not that smooth the way they think. Thank you. That's my take.
Thank you so much. No photocopy. You have said a lot. Thank you, and thank you once more. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon once again. Ambassador Roland.
Ambassador Roland, welcome.
Thank you. You see, as a coach, as a player, you are good at your last game. My dear, play ugly and give me the trophy. No matter the game is here. Bukayo Saka should go and rest until the guy is being revived. Okay? See, bet me or put me well. I don't see Arsenal lifting a trophy because this is that season. Arsenal is not a team that have that winning mentality. Let's be real ourselves. This is that particular season or time frame whereby if it's gotten to this very point in time, Arsenal will begin to blow off. They'll begin to mess up. And they are not one-shot banker. Don't be surprised now. Bayer Leverkusen will come from nowhere and mess them up. Now, the league, they are playing Everton today. There's likelihood that they're going to play a parent draw. I'm telling you. So they don't have that winning mentality. Okay? But I feel for Arteta. Nah, play ugly and give me the trophy. Forget about how beautiful or whatever. Tiki-taka or whatever doesn't give trophies. Okay? You should bring in money, man. It's unfortunate I'm not an Arsenal fan, but man, I feel the pain. I feel the pain of the fans. Okay? Who would they show to their relatives, to their sons and daughters that this is the hallmark? This is a sample of the football they play. Man, nothing to show. That's why I don't blame Fabregas and Henry when they let us now come to Barcelona. That's why I said, if that story you gave us is real, tell us to forfeit Galatasaray and run to Barcelona. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Roland. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, Daniel.
You are talking about national football. To me, you see this issue of Saka, the football of the coach, because the man don't overuse the guy. there was whatever time when he make comment that the guy is young, he can play ball anytime. You overuse even on normal edging that maybe best is used. We break that talking about human being. The guy play all type of ball any video, complete 90 minutes. Now the guy is having issues. Now you have a replacement for non-Madrid. The reason that they bought Madrid for Chelsea is to replace Saka. This the guy now have to come back for injuries. It's not big fun.
Okay.
Let's forget that we support Chelsea, we support defense, but sometimes when you see the team say this the guy is not good for now. Saka has not new form. This the guy needs form. Drop the guy for bench. This match with the people. Because he still the Arsenal player. As then who watch what for night? There was who they will not say Saka or Ziga or this. Arsenal forgotten what to. But even me, even though they have all, they will not wish to be a Premier League. That one I said. That one I sure. The Premier League of but for now, best Saka. Who's Ziga take to before? Saka is the highest player of Arsenal.
Okay.
The result, even though they want to play that two on the same time, they will not give you the Premier League. There's no bother. There's anyhow I want to know that Premier League they will not connect at this team. Match Premier League.
All right.
That's just the only thing. But for now, let's defend and then use match difficult.
All right. Okay, thank you so much, Daniel, for your thoughts right there. We've got a message from the WhatsApp platform. This one says, good day. As for me, as an Arsenal fan, Saka should rest in some matches. Then Arteta should start Dorman or Noni Madueke in the right wing. For Arsenal finest, Karebi Oyokoniso in Port Harcourt. Thank you so much for your thoughts right there. You can keep the calls coming in. Let's get back to the phone line. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Yes, hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Welcome, Monty from Oyibo.
What about from Alwa? Not back.
Oh, okay. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Looking at the person that championed this argument, it was Charlie Austin championed this argument about dropping Saka Madueke, and I was looking at the team that he has played for. And I was telling myself, no wonder I never played for any of these big teams. I can even drop Saka over Madueke. The best approach for Mikel Arteta going forward. The best approach Mikel Arteta is to fill up the players that has played from the beginning to this 30 just 8 matches to go. And you have players that have played and have garnered as much points as they had and has found themselves in this position. Let us see to those players. I've watched some games that Madueke started, and if I had my way, I would have slapped him over the television. That was how poor he was. Honestly, it's this kind of player that, yes, he's good with his feet, no doubt. He's quick with his feet, but is that the only quality a footballer should have? No. What about crossing accuracy? What about shooting accuracy? What about decision making? All of those, Saka has more than him. The only thing he has more than Saka is to run behind players and all of that. And only that alone cannot get where Arsenal have currently. So my advice to Mikel Arteta is to remain with Saka. Arguably, Saka has been poor this season, no doubt. As a matter of fact, this has been his first season. Ever since he graduated from Arsenal's academy. At his first season, he has something, different from what somebody was saying about Salah, what Salah brought to the table and all of that. Saka has this kind of thing that he pass players to himself, 2 great players, just pass them to himself, create for other players to penetrate their way through opposition teams. So only that is enough. So why Saka will have an edge over Madueke? It cannot compare. It's not as if Saka is bad. It's not as bad as people are trying to paint him. No,
all right.
As bad as that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts right there as we are still looking at matters regarding Arsenal. But for now, we're still in England and we'll be moving from Arsenal to Manchester.
Yes, I mean, we have changed the unit a lot, much more than in recent years, and the amount of games.
My name is Azubike Gwekwe, former Super Eagles International, a 2013 Nations Cup winner. You are listening to the Fans Arena.
Pep Guardiola has hit back at his critics, claiming he has been massacred in the aftermath of the Blues' defeat to Real Madrid in the Champions League. City were beaten 3-0 at the Bernabeu, thanks to a Federico Valverde's hat-trick, leaving them with a mountain to climb to reach the quarterfinals. Pep Guardiola came in for the criticism for his team selection, but pointed to changes he made for the FA Cup win against Newcastle last weekend, where questions had also been asked on his tactics prior to the kickoff.
Listen, I play a final of the Champions League without Fernandinho rather holding midfielder in Chelsea. Do you think it's normal that? I can explain you that, but I'm going to convince you for the next time. Sam, forget about it. I want to say to my players, to you, now my argument origin is justified that time selection. It's because I lost. I lose the game. We lose the game. If you win, a genius. How many times I heard Pep is a genius for the team selection? But my players are extraordinary, and they were extraordinary in many things. You can see whatever you want. What happened in Newcastle? Did you read the comments before the game, my team selection in the social media? Did you read it? Yeah, you read it. What they're doing Pep in FA Cup? How lack of respect of that competition? How the people can say that? We arrived how many times in finals, semi-finals, FA Cup in the last 4 or 5 years? No team in England the last 10, 50, 20 years, there are more times the semi-finals. What a lot of respect. How don't play Rodri? How don't play Bernardo? How don't play this player? How don't play the other one? How leave Erling at home? 1-3. You see the performance of Newcastle against Barcelona, right? You see, yeah? It's difficult, easy place to go. But I had to explain you before and after. After 10 years, I will not convince you 1 second, any one of you. Anyone. Why? Because we lost. And that's all. And he's right, 3-0, destroy. Yeah, it's the first time I play in that competition, Champions League, 70 years playing that competition. And every time I lose, boom, my God. Pew, pew, pew.
Pep Guardiola right there, giving it to the critics so hot, as he says that you criticize me because I lost to Real Madrid, but you did not criticize when you saw the victory against Newcastle. I made all the changes. Yeah, before the game you talked a lot. Why are you making these changes? Why are you playing this player? But at the end of the day, the victory came and you did clap to it. But now, because I lost, you're criticizing my selection. But that's how life is. Basically, people will definitely talk down when you do not perform well. But Pep has said it all. He has said he's been here for a very long time. He has done what no English team has done, appearing in the semi-finals multiple times for how many years running. He's been there going to 10 years for Manchester City. And you must say of a truth, Pep has done basically what no manager would have done for Manchester City. But the Spaniard opted to play 2 out-and-out wingers in Jeremy Doku and Savio on the team side. That's against Newcastle in the FA Cup, while Nico O'Reilly reverted to left back. And he also did same against Real Madrid, but it didn't work out, as he was pampered and hampered by Real Madrid right there. 3-0, courtesy of goals coming in from Federico Valverde. But would we put all the blames on Pep Guardiola for that loss to Real Madrid?
For the loss against Real Madrid, I know why people want to fault him, looking at what he actually set up, starting Kushanov as well, and you see the back line as well, who he actually put
Started Kushanov on the right back.
On the right back, where you don't actually see where Kushanov plays. Likewise, the whole setup. But I think that's how it works with the coaching role. People criticize you with the players you put up there, and people also criticize you on your play stand and everything. When you make up mistakes during the lineup, if you're able to overturn it during the substitutions, you make people clap for you. If it doesn't work out, people criticize you that why didn't you just start this person in the first place? Look at the way he played when he was brought on and everything. But I won't just say it was due to Pep starting. I would say Real Madrid were obviously better during the first half and during the second half. Valverde was everywhere in both the defense and both the attack. The man just make sure he shut down Manchester City's play throughout that whole day. So it's not just a Pep fault. I think you have to also put it on the players. Haaland has not been informed, and the man really needs to step up his game. Semenyo has so far been the standout player for City in these past few games. That's why the man just won the EPL Player of the Month, and so far so good. It's about City players stepping up. Foden has disappeared from the start of the season. We haven't seen Foden.
At some point, he came through, giving good performances this season. But
since then he's disappeared. Jenny Reiners has cooled down, and Maggie, I think the man is trying his best in that defensive line, trying to anchor the defense as well. So it's been an okay performance from the players. It's not been a do or die affair for them. They are not playing as the City that we knew them last season, especially during this run of form against a Real Madrid side. I think would have expected them to at least draw that game, or at least even if City was beating them, I don't think beating them in a emphatic fashion like the way they did it in the Bernabeu this week.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen out there, it's time to talk Pep Guardiola. Do you think that he's devoid of ideas at Manchester City? You heard what he said during the post-match press briefing after that UEFA Champions League loss to Real Madrid at the Bernabeu by 3-0. Pep stated that he takes responsibility for his substitution and the selection that was made. But if it works, you clap, you applaud. Then if it doesn't, you criticize. And he says he doesn't care if you criticize. Do you think that all of these is spelling it out that Pep Guardiola is devoid of ideas at Manchester City? And should he just manage till the end of the season and make his exit away from Manchester City? Because it looks like the Pep we used to know that dominated English football, as well as Manchester City dominating in Europe, is no longer the Pep that we have right now. And also, if Manchester City was to exit from the UEFA Champions League, what does this mean to City at this point? What does it also mean to Arsenal in the race for the English Premier League? 0810-951-0951. Yeah, I want to hear from you. Let me get your thoughts on this particular one. Do you think that Pep Guardiola is devoid of ideas and should just think of managing himself at Manchester City till the end of the season and walking away? And also, if Manchester City gets to lose the return leg and get knocked out of the UEFA Champions League, what does it mean to City at this point? Do you think that it's going to be a failed season for Pep Guardiola as well as Manchester City? And what does it also mean to Arsenal in the race for the English Premier League title? 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. Good afternoon. Welcome.
I celebrate the ambassador role.
Welcome.
Thank you. Let me start with the Champions League. I don't think for now we should have that hope. Forget it. It's all over for Manchester City.
Okay.
Real Madrid is not that kind of team that you can toy with. If it's Arsenal, I will say, okay, no problem. So if it's Man City, forget it. It's all over. Then saying if Manchester, if it's a, what do you call it? Is it, what do you say?
I said if Pep is devoid of ideas in Manchester City, should he just stay to the end of the season, then walk away? Then if City gets to lose or get knocked out of the UEFA Champions League, what does it mean to their season? Is it a failed season for them? Then also, what does it mean to Arsenal's title race?
Okay. Saying if it's a failed season or not, I think Champions League over. Man City still have that full opportunity to lift the trophy for the Premier League. Because I don't see Arsenal. I keep saying it. Arsenal is not that kind of team. Okay. It's not that kind of a thing. So Manchester City all the way for the Premier League. No two ways about it. So it's not going to be a failure to Manchester City. They're throwing in the towel. I think it's just there at the end of the season, just throwing the towel and maybe change a new environment or thereabout. We can still welcome him. He's our product in Barcelona. We can still welcome him. Okay, he should just come over so that we can reconnect him, revive him, and send him out again. Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much for now.
Thank you so much for your thoughts right there. You can keep the calls coming in 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. You can also make use of the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. It's doubled at 0701-933-9962. We've got this WhatsApp message here that says Manchester City win still. Okay, Manchester City win still drop points for sure. Let them just forget about the league and Champions League and focus on the FA Cup. Arsenal to win it all, both the league, Champions League and EFL Cup. All right, thank you so much for your thoughts right there. You can still air your view or via the phone line. It's open 0810-951-0951. We're talking about Manchester City, Pep Guardiola, and the criticism coming his way as he states that a lot have criticized him for his selections against Real Madrid, but he did the same against Newcastle in the FA Cup. The victory came and it was applause. But right now against Real Madrid, the criticisms are coming in and he says he doesn't really care at this point. He doesn't care. What he knows is he has done what is needed and his players were extraordinary, and that's all that matters to him at this point. You can share your views 0810-951-0951. That's for the phone line, and for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal is doubled at 0701-933-9962. Let's talk Chelsea.
Football fans, my name is Victor Ezeji, MPFL legend, CAF Champions League winner with Eimba and former Super Eagles striker. Always listen to the Fans Arena with Emeka Dena, the Odogu one of sports. I also listen to him. Keep listening. Don't turn off that dial.
To domestic action this weekend with urgency in the air at Stamford Bridge. A bruising night in Europe has sharpened the focus ahead of their Premier League meeting with Newcastle, a fixture that carries consequences for momentum and confidence, even if the clubs occupy slightly different positions on the table. The London side were beaten 5-2 by Paris Saint-Germain in the midweek, a difficult result that leaves Liam Rosenau's side facing a sizable task in the second leg. Before that challenge arrives, however, Chelsea must quickly turn attention to Newcastle, another club emerging from its own European frustration. Both teams arrive with reason to respond at Stamford Bridge, and Stamford Bridge should provide a stage where resolve matters as well could come through. For Chelsea's defeat to Paris Saint-Germain, it will linger in the background of this encounter. Rosenau's decision to start Philip Johansson ahead of Robert Sanchez became a talking point after the Danish goalkeeper was involved in the moment that effectively decided the tie. Chelsea manager Liam Rosenau says that the first thing to credit Johansson with is that he held his hands up in the dressing room and apologized to his teammate. Liam Rosenau says that mistakes happen. I make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. In the English Premier League, you don't face players like Dembele, Barcola, and Kivicius Kvaratskhelia every week. That is why I would not blame Philip Johansson.
First thing, credit to him. He held his hands up in the dressing room. And mistakes happen. I make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. And sometimes they're more costly and more painful than other times. This is one of those moments. What we have to do for Rob and for Phil and for all of the players is look after each other. This is a big test of our character. We have a huge game in 2 days against Newcastle. We need to get back for. I want to see the real reaction now and a resilience about us in the next game.
All right, so that was Chelsea manager Liam Roseno there as he talked about the situation with Philip Johansson. But we're going to go out to pay some bills. And when we come back, we'll talk more about what happened between Chelsea and Paris Saint-Germain and the role of goalkeeping in all of this. And probably, hopefully, it will not happen against Newcastle later on in the English Premier League.
Good tasty food is worth living for. Worried about your oil every time you enjoy your favorite meal? Introducing Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil. Smart Balance Rice Bran Oil is rich in gamma oryzanol. Several studies suggest that gamma oryzanol may contribute to the reduction of bad cholesterol. Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil. Good food, no worries.
How do we make our cooking come alive? Oh, for that tasty meal when you like, oh, I mean, you want cook food to impress, oh,
whether it's jollof or na stew, even for porridge or spaghetti, cook to impress with Pepper Terra.
Waiting they create party for mouth. Waiting they cause they let you rejoice. Terra Cubes.
Terra Seasoning Cube turns your meals into a masterpiece.
Unwrap joy, unleash taste. Hey, come cook with Terra Cubes. Come cook with Terra.
Mom's love is pure. Mom's special jollof puts a smile on your face. Mom's love is right, cheers you up. Mom's tasty stew nourishes the family. Golden Terra oil, tasty. Golden Terra oil, nourishing. Golden Terra oil, Golden Terra soya oil.
Golden Terra Oil helps mom pour her love in the tasty, nourishing meals she cooks for her family. Golden Terra Oil, pour pure love.
No see say this big bull bag of rice no get the new big bull holographic seal. Not true.
Introducing the Big Bull Holographic Seal Tape, your favorite authentic Big Bull rice, 50 kg and 25 kg. Now with holographic seal tape. This is to ensure you get the premium product from Big Bull Rice. Do not buy if the holographic seal tape is not on the bag or is broken. Big Bull Rice. Tasty rice nourished you.
When you sprinkle, every meal feels so right. Tasty God. When you stir, the color shines so bright. Tasty God. When you serve, it's pure delight. Tasty God. Tasty God by Terra. The flavor you can feel.
From jollof to stews, from soups to sauce, Tastemaker seasoning powder makes everything taste so good. Sprinkle, stir, serve.
Tastemaker. Go for gold. Terra Gold Cube. The amazing seasoning cube. So when you're cooking your delicious meals, don't compromise. Go for gold.
Rich, consistent taste for cooking mouth-watering soups, stews, and jollof. Choose wisely. Choose Gold. Terra Gold Seasoning Cube.
One cube, endless possibilities. Terra Gold.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back. Hello, football fans. My name is Victor Ezeji, MPFL legend, CAF Champions League winner with Eimba and former Super Eagles striker. Always listen to the Fans Arena with Emeka Dena, the Odogu one of sports. I also listen to him.
right here on your premium news talk and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM. Osasin Hewin, right behind the console, directing proceedings from now. 4 p.m. will be the time where we switch things to today's Sports Live. The guys already in the building. Ovio Wallace is here with me as we are going on the show. Also, Emmanuel Andrew is also here in the building. And we were talking about Chelsea. Liam Rosenau throwing his weight behind Philip Johansson being the goalkeeper culprit for that Chelsea's defeat to Paris Saint-Germain in the UEFA Champions League. And he says, everybody makes mistakes. I make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. So I don't hold anything against Philip Johansson, as he has already raised his hands in the dressing room to apologize to his teammates. But this does not change the fact that Chelsea are having what we call a goalkeeping mishap. And if it's not handled properly, there will be every possibility that this would become Chelsea's undoing for the season. Remember, Chelsea are still very much active in the UEFA Champions League. I don't know how active they are this time, but they are active in the UEFA Champions League. Chelsea are also active in the FA Cup and are also active in qualifying for next season's UEFA Champions League. I don't want to say winning the English Premier League, but qualifying for next season's UEFA Champions League. That fight is on, and you must do that with all your arsenal very much at hand. When I mean arsenal, I mean the tools for you to walk, not the club in red and white, but the tools for you to walk. You must do it with all of them sharpened, strong, and ready to operate. But for Chelsea, the goalkeeping issues is one big concern for Liam Rosenau right now. Robert Sanchez had his own show of imperfection, and that led to him being dropped for Philip Johansson in the UEFA Champions League. And Johansson also showed the reason why both keepers are lacking or short on confidence. But guys, let me start with you, Ovio Wallace, on this one. Chelsea's goalkeeping problem, is it going to be their undoing this season going forward?
I think it's not just the goalkeeping problem, but the defensive problem as well. Yeah, you see Sanchez in the game against Arsenal. I don't know what happened to him. He was just making poor mistakes and all. Switching to Jorgensen in the Champions League match, he expected better results. The man started out well and just a few results, but I think that is the issue in the keeper. It's really, really hard to do well, because when you make little mistakes, people just forget all the good you've done, forget how well you've done in the match, and just pick out those few little mistakes. Goalkeeping problem has always been a thing, but I think Sanchez has done he has done well this season, at least to be able to overlook the few mistakes he's done. Jorgensen as well too, as playing as a backup, did well in that match against Paris Saint-Germain. Yes, he conceded 5 goals, but I think many of them were not due to his mistakes, you would say. So with Chelsea goalkeeping problem, I think they've been able to manage through that, because who do they want to get as a goalkeeper right now? Unless maybe they're going to take a gamble like Manchester United and go for a keeper from a not well-known league. Like the Belgium GDP League, where they got Saint-Lamain from. I think that's the only way it might work out for Chelsea.
Okay, all right. For Chelsea, they would be up against Newcastle. I'll just run you through the expected fixtures later on today. Burnley would be up against AFC Bournemouth. 3 p.m. is the time for that one, and already it's 4 p.m. is the time for that one, and we are expecting proceedings to kickstart in a couple of minutes. Sunderland will take on Brighton and Hove Albion. Is going to be Arsenal up against Everton, and then Chelsea will take on Newcastle United. West Ham United will take on Manchester United later on in the evening. Then by tomorrow, Sunday, 15th March, is going to be Crystal Palace up against Leeds United, and Manchester United will play host to Aston Villa. Nottingham Forest will take on Fulham. Liverpool will be up against Tottenham Hotspurs. And the way the table look already, it's Arsenal seated on top of the table with 67 points, 7 points ahead of Manchester City who have got a game in hand, 60 points. Manchester United third with 51 points. Aston Villa fourth with 51 points. And the top five, we've got Chelsea completing the top five with 48 points right there. Let's look at the top scorers in the league so far. Erling Haaland leads the goal scoring chart with 22 goals. Igor Thiago with 18 goals for Brentford. And we've got Antoine Semenyo with 15 goals for Manchester City. João Pedro with 14 goals for Chelsea. And Hugo Ekitike completes the top five in the top scorers chart with 11 goals for Liverpool. And we're looking at Chelsea right now, ladies and gentlemen. Will the goalkeeping issues be the biggest problems for Chelsea this season? Chelsea are still in the run-ins for the FA Cup. They still have the English Premier League to guarantee themselves qualifications for next season's UEFA Champions League. Do you think that this goalkeeping problem will become more of an issue for Liam Rosenau's Chelsea? And Robert Sanchez, as well as Philip Johansson, who do you think that Liam Rosenau should keep faith with? Should he have kept faith with Robert Sanchez against Paris Saint-Germain? Do you think that you should still give time to Philip Johansson? He would come good as the games continue to churn out. The phone line is open, 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to me right here in the studio. Good afternoon to you.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Welcome, Daniel.
Yeah, thank you. The mistake that Chelsea manager is to keep Sanchez for bench. That's the first mistake I do. That's why we know that Sanchez still have an O for body, but sometimes when he come for big team, he performs what you don't expect. When you check the club World Cup that they play against PSG, if they say Sanchez that keep that book, many people were shocking that day. That you know that makes sometimes you see that those keepers they know what they are doing. But to me, Chelsea did not have a keeper. Since when they lose against and when they come out, one thing Kotoa go for Madrid. It's one a person like what is it called, Mendy. I think those are the only keeper that Chelsea have. Since that time till now, we don't have. Even this keeper, the Arsenal that are using as a second choice. Those people say that's even more better than this keeper that we have current now. The problem that Chelsea have is just the keeper and the defense. Apart from those two sides, I believe that they are okay. If they can work with their defender and goalkeeping, they can still do it. As I say, I know that against the PSG, Chelsea will still do it. They will still win PSG that Champions League. Even that 3-0 4-1 on the ball, they will qualify that Champions League next year. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Daniel, for your thoughts right there. From the SMS and WhatsApp portal, we've got this one that says, "Good afternoon, my presenter. My name is Chidi Obijeze, aka Bonanza. Bless God. Arsenal will be dropping points today again because their game in Europe is hanging. So against Everton, they will be dropping points. They'll be dropping some of their key players." He also went on to say, "Good afternoon, my presenters. My name is Chidi Obijeze, aka Bonanza. Bless God. See, Chelsea goalkeeping issue are one amongst others. Even Raya of Arsenal against Bayern, he almost gave out a goal when he was caught outside his box. So these things happen sometimes." Thank you so much for that one right there. This other one here is a very long one. It says, "Good evening, Pere Robinson from Bielsa is here concerning the Madueke and the Bukayo Saka saga contention. First, let's not overlook the fact that Saka's fatigue and injuries were the reason Madueke was brought in the first place. It's never a proper thing to say and sound it so cringe from anyone saying Saka should be dropped in place of Madueke. Same Madueke with inconsistencies ever since his PSV days up till now. Saka having a poor game against Leverkusen and Madueke coming to save the day with a penalty doesn't make Madueke ahead of Saka. We all know if Madueke had started that game against Leverkusen, he would have done worse in those 60 minutes. He only came on to take advantage of their right back who was already tired, all thanks to Saka keeping him busy and on his toes. Saka has paid his dues and have the right to have an off game, but if there is anyone saying Madueke is better, I promise you your statement will change if Madueke is given a run of just 3 games, as I promise you he will be so turned off that you will remember he's coming from Chelsea, the home of poor wingers Sterling, Baby Sui, Garnacho, Gittins, Neto, Modric. Allow Saka find his form, but never say Madueke should be a starter ahead of him. It's a better tactics for Madueke to come and run down a finished fullback that Saka has already dealt with all evening, and I'm sure Arteta knows this. Thank you so much. Thank you too for the long message that you just dropped right there. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Aboki Pikin, welcome. Go on.
Yes. See, the mistake what the goalkeeper make. Now who give him the back pass? Not be the players give him all those back pass we no fit cross well. So all of them should be blamed. If you dey play football, not they carry ball give your keeper like saying be striker. He go score the goal now. I know. So maybe they just work on themselves and then get themselves. Stop giving your keeper back pass. But although even for training self, I want me Chelsea lose. Even when they train, that is the kind of a fan I be.
Okay.
Manchester United fan.
All right.
But the teacher don't know if he talk again. After they don't collect the 5 loaf of bread, 4 over 5 fish. Let him come and tell us what happened.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Aboki Pikin, for your thoughts right there. And let's talk about Liverpool right now.
Hey guys, Wagwan, it's a girl Tacha, and trust me, you're listening to the Fans Arena. Be there right now. Love you and kisses. Mwah.
When you walk through a storm, hold your head.
Yes, it's obvious Liverpool will not walk alone after a midweek defeat in the UEFA Champions League. Liverpool's focus turns back towards qualifying for the tournament again next season. Premier League visit of Tottenham Hotspur, who have lost their last 6 games in all competitions and are in danger of becoming the highest profile relegated club in the Premier League. Spurs are in a free fall and could be seen as an ideal opponent for the red team. That's talking about Liverpool, in need of 3 points as they aim to keep pace with the likes of Manchester United, Aston Villa and Chelsea. Meanwhile, former Everton defender Julian Lescott believes Liverpool manager Arne Slot could be facing the axe this summer. And there is one crucial bit of evidence that has led him to that particular conclusion. It is this: of recent reports have it that Slot was refused permission to bring in Johnny Heitinga onto his coaching team after Heitinga's departure from Tottenham Hotspur last month. And Lescott suggests that this could be a sign regarding the board's long-term plan after Arne Slot. Yeah. Huge one there, big one there. But for Liverpool, if it goes all the way that they fail to move ahead in the UEFA Champions League and at some point also fall short of qualifying for the UEFA Champions League next season, it's a clear indication that Arne Slot will be out of Liverpool for next season. But he's already shaking for the Liverpool manager right now. But what do you think he can do to ensure that he remains at Liverpool after this season?
Well, for me, what Slot can do so far is giving them the Champions League, which is very much not possible because the Liverpool team you are seeing so far, they are shaky compared to last season where Liverpool won the league. And now, Slot has not even played up to the standard. You see Liverpool losing 4-0 at Anfield. That's something. And you see Wolves beating Liverpool again. And they were like, this is the worst match so far for Liverpool. This is the worst match. No. What Slot can do currently to retain his position as the manager is giving them the Champions League, because the league is far gone. Qualifying for the Champions League is not good enough for him to stay. For me, slot is gone already because the board are not in good terms with him currently. So they might be looking at Sabi Alonso, bringing Sabi Alonso back to Anfield. But for slots staying another season, that would be very difficult.
All right, very difficult for Anna Slaughter if he does not bring in what he's supposed to bring in at the end of this season. For Liverpool, they remain contenders for both the UEFA Champions League and the FA Cup this season, as well as contenders to qualify for next season's UEFA Champions League. These are the three sports at which they will be fighting for at this point. So now let's look at Anna Slot. Do you think that there is a possibility that he could stay if he does bring in the FA Cup or maybe the UEFA Champions League at the end of the season? What do you think Arne Slot can do to keep himself relevant at Liverpool and escape being fired by the Liverpool board? 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. You could also make use of the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, which is doubled at 0701 933 9962. We have some messages here. This one says, I blame Pep. What was Savio doing in that game? Nothing. And why is Foden left out totally? All right, that's for the discussion on Manchester City. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Emmanuel.
We greet you.
Yeah, good afternoon.
My name is Emmanuel.
Emmanuel. Welcome, Emmanuel. Good to have you.
Okay, I'm talking about Slot. I'm not a fan of club sacking coaches just because of one season failure. If they should allow him a chance. This season didn't go well, maybe because of the kind of football he introduced. Because if you watch Liverpool last season and this season, they are quite different. They are not playing the kind of football they were playing last season, where they were possessing the ball, dominating everywhere. And I believe Alexander leaving the team, Arnold leaving the team, also affected Liverpool on the right-hand side. Because watching Liverpool last season, he was the one doing most of the things. Salah didn't come back to do anything, pushing the ball to Salah immediately. And that's why they struggled to keep him for another season, to me. Then talking about Saka, I don't know if I should talk about that. Talking about Saka, Arsenal has played about 59 matches this season. And the whole team is tired. Not just Saka alone. The Bayern Leverkusen game, great savers, save Arsenal, which I'm one of them, I'm a Arsenal fan. So the team is tired already. And the only person I know is not tired in that team is Christian Nogard, who has not been given enough chance to play. If you look at Declan Rice, David Mendy, all of them, they are tired. So Saka not having a good game in one game is not enough reason to say
Madueke should replace him.
I know, and Arteta is not a coach that gives people chance immediately. Doesn't rotate his team. Just take a look at this season. Trossard came in and started doing well, and there was no possibility of Martinelli coming in or replacing him, except any match you see Martinelli, that is when, because like even this last match, Martinelli was start the game because Trossard have an injury. So Arteta does not rotate his team just like that. So Saka having a bad game for that day, yes, we know he had a bad game, but that's enough reason to say, okay, Madueke is better than him or better than that. We have started Madueke in some matches which he did not do well. So I believe if we have someone like Odega coming back and Kahava coming back to help the team, and Fury coming back to also help the team, then freshening up the middle by resting Philly Mendy and bringing Nogard, Arsenal will pick up again. But as for the league, this league has been won by Arsenal already.
All right.
The rest of the people are just trying to make themselves comfortable. This league, Man City will not even the same point. It will not be the same point. Not to talk of goals. The league is for Arsenal. The Champions League can discuss later.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts right there. Let's see if we can squeeze in one more call before we call it a wrap on the show. 0810-951-0951. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon. No photocopy. No
welcome. No photocopy. Welcome.
I think for Slot, all the things that you asked, if he can achieve to save him, none of those things that he will be able to achieve. Because with due respect to what he's doing, he's been progressing in errors. For example, now, club has lost up to 6 matches in 90-something minutes and 80-something minutes. You are leading in 87 minutes, 1-0. The match will end 2-1 against you. You are leading 90 minutes, 2-0, 1-0. The match will end against you. We talk of the pressing. Which type of football is it? Is it pressing? Liverpool, are they pressing again? If it is in the time of globe, in Galatasaray, do aim forward in favor of Liverpool. But Galatasaray will play them. It was the mistake started when you give Salah another 2 years contract and Van Dijk without bringing a centre back. He brought one guy from Parma, which he later got into, and he said Kwanzaa when you didn't have a good and vibrant centre back. Van Dijk had tried, but the time has gone. You talk of the front, who is pressing, you allow the others to go. You wouldn't have the others to go. So when you look at the entire team, you talk of creativity, you talk of a scorer. Who is that person that you think that he can carry the team in their shoulder to get to the next season? Neither him himself change something and infuse new things that will make us if they will win. Look at the kind of loss against the Wolves, against Galatasaray, back to back. The person has shown you that there is absolutely nothing he can do. So those things that you are asking for will not work out. He will not get the Champions League spot, and he will not win the FA Cup. And at the last, it will go. If Alonso will be free, they will go for Lazio. If Alonso will not be free, and they will still go back to the market again. But I'm not seeing him achieving those things that you have asked for, because he's been progressing in error a lot. Thank you. That's my take.
Thank you so much. No photocopy for your take right there. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. We're looking at wrapping up what we've got for the show this evening. This other one here says, good evening on Chelsea keeper. Okay. All right. That's really, really huge there. Okay. Let's see if we can take this one last call. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Yeah, good day, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Let's make it quick and simple.
I'm Jude calling from Movie.
Jude, welcome. Go on quickly.
Yeah, please. I want to hear from Badede Gadon. If you don't have, I will send for him. I want to hear from him. Because he took over that if Arsenal didn't win if Arsenal win anything this year, he will die. Hey. I don't know if you have committed suicide before the league.
No, that one is too harsh. That one is too harsh.
That is what he said. I heard from him through the 93.TV. So I want to hear from him. Ask him if you don't have airtime. Let him. I will send for him. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts right there. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an amazing affair right here on Fans Arena. We've talked a lot right from the beginning of the show to this point, dissecting everything that has to do with football from the local scene down to the foreign scene. And we are looking into actions in the top 5 leagues right there in Europe, as well as actions in the second leg of the round of 16 in the UEFA Champions League. So we will definitely be reporting all of that on the next edition of Fans Arena. Emeka Dena is going to be here, the Odogu one of sports, by next week to take you through that amazing run. For this week, yours truly, I'm Don and Dosted, Osasi Hiwin, doing it and holding it down with Ovia Wallace as well as Emmanuel Andrew. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where we call it a wrap on the show. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you also for engaging via our various feedback platforms. Remember, today's Sports Live is on its way and will take center stage from 4 p.m. down up until 6 p.m. So expect the best of tactical analysis coming from that side of the divide as the guys are right here on the show. At this point, remember, you'll never walk alone. Blame it on Liverpool, blame it on whatever, but we are all together in this world of sports. I'm saying stay lifted and stay blessed. Next time, we will talk on sports. Adios.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose given because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world would be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights more? He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Tyson Gay right hold all the way. He's looking right.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Yes, good evening and welcome once again to another exciting edition of today's Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM on the early station committed to bringing you premium news, talk and sports. I am with you. What you can call me the sports chef. As always, I will be ready to dice, slice, season and spice up your evening with hot talking points from the ever exciting world of sports. We've got big topics to talk about. We'll be previewing the matches in the English Premier League today. We'll be previewing the big games in the English Premier League today, match week 30. Take a look at the top fixtures. Arsenal will be taking on Everton away from home, and City will be taking on relegation strugglers Liverpool, West Ham United later today. So big fixtures, and then we look at the Champions League. What happened during the weekend? All the English teams, no one getting a win. We'll take a look at the implications as well. Also, Iraq in the World Cup. They might not be making it to the World Cup. And possible threats from, I don't know if you want to call it a threat, from US President Donald Trump to the Iraq team. And is Gianni Infantino getting too cozy playing politics with football? We'll get a look at all those on the show this evening. Yes, and the show is always interactive. You can join us via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal is 070193399624. At the phone line, it is 0810-9510-951. You can catch us live on YouTube at Today951FM, on Facebook at Today95.1FM, on Instagram at Today FM 951, on X at Today FM 951. Lots to talk about today on the show this afternoon, and I can't do the talking alone as always. Emmanuel still in the studio with me. Emmanuel, good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening to Port City. Good evening to you, Ovie Wallace, and good evening to you, Somto. Well, plenty to talk about here. Arsenal, first team first. Arsenal, the league toppers. Well, they have been brilliant so far. Some people are saying they are not consistent, their fatigue is coming in and the rest. You know, this is not easy topping the Premier League, topping the Champions League, winning almost all the teams in the EFL Cup down to the final. Then the FA Cup, they are still there. No, the pressure is just too much on the boys. And then the former captain, Saka, so far so good. He has not been up to the standard that we know him, and some people were saying Madueke should start ahead of Saka. Well, for me, I think they should just give him time, just time. You just need time. The struggling of bad form is within so many teams. You see Liverpool, Salah losing form, and then City. Not the City that we know, losing 3-0, allowing Valverde to score an hat-trick just in the first half of Champions League football. The last time we saw that was against Karabakh when Gordon got his hat-trick in the first half. So far so good. I think they should just relax, get their mind back in the game, and then do what they do best.
Speaking of relax, the man Somto Chukwu Isaac is relaxing right here in the studio. You're feeling all cool, feeling all chilled. How's the weather outside, Somto Chukwu Isaac? I can see you wearing the Al Hilal jersey. It looks like if you've been shipped off to Saudi Arabia.
I want some Saudi money now. I'm praying for you to say, call for those things that be not as though they were.
Don't worry. As your agent, I'll make sure the deal falls through.
Please, I'm expecting you, my agent. Thank you so much.
Of course, you will give me like 70%, 70-30.
70?
70-30.
You said he harsh. But anyways, like you asked about the weather, it's quite an irony for what the weather is compared to what it is here inside the studio. That's why you can see I'm wearing my chill vest. Anyways, it's a lovely Saturday afternoon, a lovely weekend of football, lovely weekend of Premier League action, and across the top flight leagues in Europe. And listen, we're here to discuss all that pertains to what is the entertainment known as football. So, yeah, I'm all for it. Let's get on the way, Mr. Wallace.
All right, and not forgetting the man Benjamin Mina in the studio as well. Benjamin, good afternoon to you. Oh, good evening to you. Welcome once again. How's it been for you? Friday night, Saturday morning, chill for you?
Well, it depends on where you're listening from. You can say good afternoon, you can say good evening. It depends on where you're listening from. Maybe because we are chilling here. That's why we get to say good afternoon, but good evening to you, lovely listeners out there. Good evening to the guys in the studio. It's good to be here to talk. Enjoy ourselves and talk sports, football to be precise. On our screens, the sprints for the Chinese Grand Prix. What's his name? The Mercedes are running away with this title already. Second race into the season, going into the season. George Russell is in pole for tomorrow. Oh, God. Lewis Hamilton will be kicking himself. If I had known, I would just stay with Mercedes. And I don't want to start advising relationship, but sometimes it's good to stay in your relationship than to break up and, go and, there's nothing out there. But there's something in here, and that's sports. That's what we are talking. And listen, it's going to be an interesting and action-packed show. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, welcome to the show. It's football. We're talking Formula One will be discussed tomorrow. But for the sprint results, it was George Russell getting P1, Charles Leclerc P2, and Lewis Hamilton P3. I'm sure tomorrow the guys will be doing justice to everything that has to do with Formula One. But it's all football today. The English Premier League, we've got fixtures as well in the Spanish La Liga, in the Italian Serie A as well. If you also want to add other leagues outside the Europe's top 5 leagues, so we'll be discussing all those. Also, the English Premier League, the Nigeria Premier Football League, Benden Insurance currently 1-up against Kun Khalifa, 10 minutes on the clock. So with all that, let's get this show on the road. All right, it's game week 30 of the 2025-2026 Premier League season. Arsenal currently top the table with 67 points from 30 games, 20 wins, 7 draws, 3 losses, and a 37-goal difference. Manchester City second with 60 points from 29 games. They've got a game in hand. Mid-table and lower teams are fighting for positions with survival hopes for sides like Burnley near certain relegation. Wolves, who have slim chances, and others like West Ham, Leeds, Nottingham Forest also in the mix. We've got Sunderland and Brighton currently on our screens. But we've got to start off with the big games this season. And the biggest game today will be Arsenal. One of the biggest games will be Arsenal versus Everton. It has title implications there. Leaders Arsenal have a chance to go 10 points clear, but they face a strong travelling Everton side who have fourth best away record. They've not lost this month, 11 games on the road, or 11 games traveling, and they haven't lost. They've beaten Chelsea in one of those games, and they've drawn one. So a very, very, very strong Everton side, and people are looking at this as maybe this might be where Arsenal drop points. Could Everton be a thorn on the side or in the flesh of Arteta and his boys, Somtochukwu Isaac?
Yes, definitely. Best away forms in the Premier League, and if you're looking at the banana peel of a fixture for Arsenal, you're definitely going to look at Everton Football Club. This is a side who have staked their claim when it comes to playing away from their own turf in the Premier League. If you look at the away standings in the Premier League, Everton are the fourth best team. Only bested by Arsenal, Chelsea, Manchester City. They've picked up 7 wins on the road after 14 games played. So you can say, in 10 of the games they've played away from home, they've picked up something, and they've only lost just 4 times on the road, meaning they have 7 wins, 3 draws, and 4 losses. So Everton look like a very, very big banana peel. And when you also look at the fact that, apart from a lot of the chances that Arsenal have created, they also look very potent when it comes to set pieces, and Everton are not that side to be scoring set pieces again, because they've considered the least number of set piece goals in the Premier League. So Arsenal will have their work cut out for them. It's going to be a very big one. Tea time kickoff is going to be in the Premier League. When you look at the title race, when you look at how things unfold for Arsenal, none of their next 3 fixtures is going to be a Premier League fixture. The next 3 fixtures for Arsenal are going to be decisive fixtures in all of the competitions they're playing. So this is 1 out of the next 4 games, which is just the Premier League game for Arsenal. So it's very important for them to get the win. Their next game after this is a Champions League game. The next one is a Carabao Cup final. The next one after that, after the international break, is the FA Cup quarter final. So it's very, very vital to get the win against Everton to see how they can at least secure whatever they have in the Premier League for the next 3 weeks. Keep the confidence flowing, knowing that possibly before Manchester City play, it's going to be a 10-point advantage, and that's going to be very crucial for them in the title race.
Right now, Benjamin, I like what Somto said, laying out how crucial the many fixtures are going to be. They've got the Carabao Cup final. They've got Champions League next week. They've got FA Cup implications as well. And all this pertains to Arsenal still being in the quadruple. The Champions League, they drew with Bayer Leverkusen. They've got a final against Manchester City. And then they've got FA Cup against Southampton. If that should be against Southampton. But for Everton, they have an 11-day break. They're coming off an 11-day break. So unlike Arsenal, who are fatigued from playing in the Champions League, they've got fixtures in the Champions League again next week. We want to possibly rest players for that. And what might happen also in the Carabao Cup, in the FA Cup. Does it look like it's Everton's game to win this season? Are you seeing Arsenal possibly resting players in this game against Everton, or they'll possibly risk it and risk the Champions League next week as Bayer Leverkusen will be coming to the Emirates?
Well, I'll tell you something. This is what the Premier League is. You get paid big check, fat checks, and you have to work for it. That's what it is. And this is what is this is one of the things at the back of the minds of Arteta. That's why they've got that big that squad, that large squad. And when you talk about squad depth, Arsenal are one of the teams that have got the largest squad in England. So I feel that. And this is what comes with when you're in forefront of for the quadruple. You are in all the competitions, and I feel this is what comes with it. And Arsenal have braced themselves up, knowing that this is what comes with it. And I feel that Arsenal would, if they get to rest players, well, I don't know. I don't think they would have to be resting players. If they have to rest, they'll have to go with 90% of their squad. The back line will still be the same. The midfield are likely going to be the same. I don't think Arsenal are going to rest any player going into this game because, we talked about, yesterday we talked about Madueke, trying to do things, and Bukayo Saka, not being in form. Yeah. I feel that, if you get to see Madeke starting, I don't think that's resting Saka because, it more or less a like-for-life change. But I feel that Arsenal are not going to rest anybody. They are going to go this one with all you've got because I feel that, for me, I feel you'd have to fight the one that is in front of you, knowing that, you still have lots to do, but one game at a time, fight this, and if they get to win this, you get to cushion the gap between themselves and Manchester City with a 10-point lead. So I feel that they don't need to rest anybody. Yeah, the Champions League, they have their eyes on the Champions League, knowing that still one all game. Anybody could nick this one. Arsenal got a 1-goal advantage away from home. Yeah, knowing that the away goal rule doesn't count, but head to head at this point in time, you have to be looking at it. So I feel that it's still at the Emirates. Arsenal needs to do everything possible. They will have to feel their best 11 to win this, because if you want to gamble with this game, if you lose this game and City gets to win, the point gap is cutting short. And you look at Leverkusen and Arsenal, who have got more pedigree. I think it's Arsenal. So for me, I think Arsenal would not be resting anybody. They would have to be going all out for this one, knowing that, we've got a Champions League game, a Carabao Cup. It's one game at a time. And knowing that, players are going to be returning. The likes of Calafiori, they will be returning into the team subsequently. Yeah, I think he might be sitting on the bench for this one, but after this game, they're going to be coming. And Calafiori is a senior head in that team. So I just feel that Arsenal will not be resting anybody. They'll be going all out to get all 3 points in this game and one eye on the Champions League.
Somto, could we be seeing Madueke getting a start over Bukayo Saka, especially with all the speculations and all the news, the rumors, comparing both players together, saying especially what happened in the Champions League game against Bayer Leverkusen with Noni Madueke being, you see, the hero for Arsenal, being substituted in and winning them that penalty kick in which Kai Havertz converted emphatically. Could Saka be dropped for Madueke?
I don't think there's any logical sense in dropping Saka right now. Like I said,
possibly to rest him for next week.
No, not resting. I feel like Madueke could be a better tool to use in the Champions League on Tuesday. So it's quite dicey for Mikel Arteta. These are the type of decisions. There's also an avenue of playing both players together. Trossard and Martinelli are not in form on the left-hand side. And Martin Odegaard, from some of the reports I've seen, was not spotted in the team hotel. And as you know, as this thing, they be when you're not at the team hotel, you are not going to play. You're not in the match day squad. So he wasn't spotted at the team hotel. He wasn't spotted at the pre-match walk. So Martin Odegaard sits out this one. He's not yet fit for this one. So Trossard, Martinelli, both players not really in the best of form right now. There's an avenue of playing Noni Madueke from the left-hand side, which Mikel Arteta has tried on numerous occasions, and playing Saka on the right-hand side, because I believe confidence is an important part of any player's game. Madueke was brought into this side, whether we like it or not, as a backup to Bukayo Saka, and he's well aware of that. But here's the thing with the Arsenal squad. Just like I feel Arsenal will not do to so many players, it's just stated when you're signing for the club, this is healthy competition for everyone. And you can come into the side, make a name for yourself, and you have an avenue to play more games. I mean, there's a lot of it. Arsenal have played 47 games this season. Bayern have played 39. Compare that to these two sides. So that's almost 10 games more. So listen, there's a lot of games to be played. Like I said yesterday, I don't want to see this avenue as saying they're dropping any player. Let's take this as rotation. It should be taken as rotation. Dropping Bukayo Saka after he had what was a very awful game against Leverkusen, maybe not the best of decisions Mikel Arteta will make. If he does make it, I believe he's not going to make a meal of it. There's no headline there. It's basically rotation. We're rotating players. We've got an important week ahead. We've got a game in the Champions League where if you lose, you're out of the competition. You've got a game in the Carabao Cup where if you lose, you risk out missing out on a trophy this season. You've got a game also after the international break, but albeit that if you also lose it, you're out of another competition. So it's an important period. So there's no headline to make out of it. There's no need to make a headline out of it. It's just rotation. He can play the two players today, and on the other hand too, he can ultimately decide, okay, Noni comes in for this one because Bukayo is being rested for the Champions League game, and Bukayo will also get some minutes into his legs before the game ends. On the other hand, if Bukayo Saka starts, you can also say, yeah, Noni had some minutes, very vital minutes in the Champions League. You can also keep Bukayo Saka. He is the key player for Arsenal. When you sign contracts, it is stated what your role will be in the team. I am not led to believe that Bukayo Saka signed a new contract at Arsenal recently and his role in the team was stated to be rotation with Noni Madueke. Bukayo Saka is the franchise player of Arsenal, whether I would like it or not. So if he's not in form, yes, he can be dropped. No player is indispensable, good and fine. But I will not believe that it's just after that game he gets to be dropped. The Everton game is also a good game for confidence. The Leverkusen game is a high-stakes game, win or bust. The Everton game today is a game where he gets a goal, confidence is back into his legs. So listen, I could see Bukayo Saka starting today because if I'm a manager, I will not give into all to different talks of the media. Saka is this, Saka is that. It's not the level it used to be. I'm the one in charge of this player. I'm the one who is expected to get the confidence back into this player. I start him into this game, and he gets a good avenue of confidence into his legs. So Noni can also come into the game later on. But my best bet, like I said, will be to start Noni Madueke in the Champions League game. Start Bukayo Saka this weekend because Bukayo Saka was the first player to be taken off. Was taken off after an hour, 15 minutes after the restart. So I will not say he's having fatigue or anything. He can start this game. He should start this game. These are the games he's expected to start. Whether I like it or not, Guardiola will always go with a key squad in a Premier League game. You won't rotate 10, 7, 8 players in a Premier League game. You're going to still start some of your key players. Bukayo Saka is a key player for Arsenal, whether you like it or not. So these are the type of games you should start. 1, good for confidence. 2, Arteta doesn't need to come and start explaining too much to the media for headline sakes or any of those things. And 3, like I said, I believe this is a game where he can start, and Noni Madueke should be able to start in the Champions League game because Bukayo Saka did not play close to 70, 80, 90 minutes in the Champions League. So yeah, a little. I see why I saw a little shake. that's how we can shake here. So no leave him. So yeah, for me, this is a good game for him to start. Noni Madueke can start in the Champions League, and then Saka starts in the Carabao Cup final.
So. All right, guys, let me get your predictions for Arsenal and Everton. It should be an easy win for Arsenal for you. Starting off with you, Benjamin. Arsenal Everton.
Somto.
Why are you calling Somto? Now you ask question.
I still think up.
They think they come meet you.
Oh boy. Draw or lose for Arsenal.
Draw or lose for Arsenal. What about you, Emmanuel?
For me, it should be an easy win for Arsenal. They need to go 10 points clear because that City match, I don't see City winning that match. So Arsenal would get that 3 points, at least 4 goals or 3 goals. Yeah, easy match for Arsenal.
Somto, what about you? It should be an easy one too.
No, it's not an easy one. It's not going to be an easy game. No game in the Premier League is an easy game right now. So, yeah, if Arsenal do get the win, should be something that they really put in an effort for. Like I pointed out, Everton's away record in the Premier League this season is not something you're just going to underrate. So, yeah, a win for Arsenal.
Likewise, I'll get Victor's thoughts on that. But before we do that, we got to head to the marketplace on business. When we come back, today's Sports Live continues on Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial.
Don't let anything stop you from being. I always trust Sudrex Extra. Effective relief for severe headaches, muscle pain, and fever. Sudrex acts fast for pain relief and a non-drowsy effect. Safe and trusted for more than 20 years. Overcome pain and win your day. If symptoms persist after 3 days, consult your doctor.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
We're back. It's today's Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM with your Wallace, the sports chef, the Hani president. I've got Benjamin Mina, Emmanuel Somtu, and Victor joins us. Victor, good evening. And what's your predictions? Arsenal Everton.
Good evening to you, Via, and good evening to the guys and the lovely listeners out there. Before the prediction, I just feel that one thing we should know that the Premier League, no game is an easy one. Even the easy win, you have to work hard for it. So Everton, be it at the Goodison Park then and also at the new stadium now, it's never an easy one. Now they are going there to Emirates to play the game. Arsenal knows that what they just need in this game is just a win. A draw is never a good result considering what is at stake now. So I would say this will be an easy win for Arsenal, but just as Soto said, it is never easy, so they have to work hard for it. Arsenal knows that any mistake here, believe me, City gets to lose the title, people will not come after them because they feel they have been doing it. So, but for Arsenal, a lot is at stake for them. I don't want to feel the pressure that the Arsenal players are feeling because these are humans, just like we. The pressure is there. Being an Arsenal player now, just as the fans won't tell you that they're not feeling the pressure. They're feeling the pressure. So imagine the players out there. Imagine the coach, Mikel Arteta. They know that this is a season that if they fail to win the Premier League, then it might just affect them mentally for even the next season because you know that when you come very close, you could see the finish line, but getting to it becomes a big problem. So for Arsenal's own mental health, they need to try to put up a very good fight till the very last day. And I want to believe that this is a season where Mikel Arteta and the boys get to celebrate the title, but it won't come easy. If they play anything close to what they played there at Germany against the Bayer Leverkusen, then I see Everton getting something from this game. Everton, we know how stubborn they can be defensively. If they can get something to hold on to, let's say the opening 30 minutes of the game, Everton gets to score a goal, then it becomes a very tight one. And we also need to look at the fact that Arsenal this season, whenever they tend to concede first, it has always been a problem. We saw the game against Manchester City, the first leg, where City scored first, and it was just Arsenal trying to knock on the door to get a win, to get a goal. And at the end, they could only score one goal, and we know how hard it was. Then you look at the second leg against Manchester United, when United came from the one goal down to take the lead. We saw how Arsenal looked a bit clueless. They were just trying to make the crosses and all that. So I feel for this Arsenal team, they tend to remind me of the Eguavon-led Super Eagles, where whenever we took the lead, it was a good game until Tunisia got to take the lead against the Super Eagles, and everything just went the way it was. So for Arsenal, I feel that if they tend to concede first, then David Moyes' team might punish them.
Wait, I want to interject on something. How you say Arsenal reminds you of Austin Eguavon United? This is a team that's lost 3 games. So. 3 games in 37 games.
No, we are not looking at...
What about the comebacks?
No, we are not looking at... How many...
They've made a comeback against Newcastle in the Premier League.
No, see, when I'm talking about the comebacks, I look at the level of teams involved. You look at the game against Liverpool, the first leg, immediately considered that goal. They looked clueless. From when Szoboszlai scored that goal, there was no shot on target for Arsenal till the end of the game. You look at the game against Manchester United, we were all here in the studio, we watched that game. You could see that United were the ones carving opportunities out. Arsenal were the ones trying to get more corners to see what they could do from their own style of play. So I feel, imagine going physical against this Everton side that knows how to go physical against you. So if Arsenal wants to play that corner tactics, then I feel if Everton has something to hold on to, maybe Arsenal gets to take the lead, then Everton could fall like a pack of cards. But if Everton has something to hold on to, then believe this game, not just the players will be feeling the pressure, some of the Arsenal fans too will be feeling the pressure down here in Nigeria. So I feel Arsenal just needs to start the game more on a good note. Pile the pressure on Everton. They have nothing to lose in this game. apply the pressure on them. This is not a Champions League qualification for them. They are not fighting for relegation. So they are just there. They know that whatever they do, they will still be there in the Premier League next season. So put the pressure on them. Don't just wait for the corner kicks to start coming in for you to play your game. Football has gone past that stage. I know at some point it does work, but that shouldn't be the go-to plan. It should be more of a plan B. Let's see.
Why do you think set pieces is a plan A for Arsenal?
I feel when we look at Arsenal, I mostly look at Arsenal in the big games. I won't lie. I look at Arsenal most times in the big games, and I've seen in those big games that the opportunities we are used to seeing an Arsenal team play. I saw Arsene Wenger led Arsenal play. I saw Unai Emery's Arsenal. So the Arsenal we know that carves opportunity out. We saw during the days of Mesut Ozil, they create chances. Even they. They might not have achieved. Does that mean this we should now rely on set? Okay, look at the set pieces. Aside the set pieces against Chelsea, how many chances the Premier League game? How many chances did they get? I'm not saying the set pieces are bad. Please don't quote me wrong. I'm saying that if you have to rely on that, then it's not a good one, because you might get to play the physical teams that knows how to head the ball out, that knows how to bully those that bully. Arsenal knows how to bully their teams, and some teams are also practicing it now. So, but if you get bullied in the process, if Arsenal gets bullied in the process, what happens to the scoreline? Are we going to have a case where Arsenal rakes in 15 corners and fails to score from them, and you have a case where Everton gets a counter attack and gets to score? That is when most of us will come out here, even some in person, we also come out to say Mikel Arteta is not creating anything out of open play. So I want to see creation from open play and also from dead ball situations, not just the dead ball situation, because Chelsea fan will tell you that Arsenal scored 2 corner kicks.
Because it's part of the game.
It's very much part of the game. Even Chelsea scored via a corner kick.
Exactly. So I don't see. I was seeing something this morning on the Premier League TV, and the person was actually saying my mind. For me, this whole thing, if they don't create chances from open play, good and fine.
Options?
No, good and fine. If you don't create chances from open play, good and fine. You can actually work on that, because obviously you're playing football for open play for 90 minutes without the ball going out of touch. But this should just be seen as another avenue to score, because it is part of the game. You cannot take it away from okay, should we abolish corner kicks? We cannot abolish it. It should be shame on other teams for not being able to defend these same corner routines against Arsenal.
At this point, it's just over criticism of
it's just
Arsenal.
Over, because why are the teams not defending the corner kicks against Arsenal? Why? Is it only Arsenal that have been earmarked by God to score corner kicks?
I feel we are watering down what Arsenal are doing. Truth be told, see, what's the main aim of football? Score a goal and win a game. And whatever legal way of winning the game is very much okay. See, Arsenal are doing what some teams around the world have not done. For me, I could sit down and say Arsenal will lose, Arsenal will do this, Arsenal will do this. But the truth is, I know here we don't support, we are not a fan of any team. We are just doing our job. Yeah. That's the truth. But if we are to be fan of a team, you would prefer your team to do this and win the league or win the championship or whatever. Now I'm coming. Now let's look at it this way. Arsenal have not won the league for 20 years plus. And they have a way, they've devised a means. For the past 2-3 seasons, they've been runners-up. And they sat down and say, see, how do we go past this near miracle syndrome? Let's bring in a set-piece coach. Possibly that will help. And it's been working for them. They are top of the Premier League table. They are still in the Champions League. They are still in the FA Cup. They are still in the Carabao Cup. See, with all due respect to other teams in the Premier League, and most teams are now copying it. We saw Ancelotti that day copy it, the coach of Liverpool. And if you don't know, Liverpool let go of their set piece coach and brought in another one. Since then, Liverpool, Virgil van Dijk have scored 6 goals since then till now through set piece. Before, they've not been scoring from set piece, and they concede more from the set piece last season. So coaches are looking for ways to win. So if some other person, before they said Mourinho played dirty football, he won the Champions League with Porto, won with Inter Milan. That's what his dirty football has made him. The name he has gotten through his dirty football. Diego Simeone, they say he plays dirty. Diego Simeone won the La Liga. He appeared in the Champions League final. That's dirty football. Since he started playing attacking football, has he got into the final of the Champions League? No. Has he won the league? No. So, as long as what you're doing is legally right in terms of football, that's what Arsenal are doing. Arsenal are 100% right. And Arsenal deserve a standing ovation for doing what they are doing right. And they're top of the table. If they go on to win the Premier League, congratulations to them. Kudos to them because their plan have worked. If you're looking for good football, Ogadis will play good football for 3 seasons in a row. They became runners-up. They want to play dirty and win the league. So if they do that and win the league, call it dark arts, call it African voodoo, call it whatever you want to call it, Arsenal are going to be the champion, and they are the champions if everything goes as planned. So for me, Arsenal are not doing anything wrong. Same way Pep Guardiola started playing first 9 and teams were copying first 9. Very soon, we are now seeing teams copying the long throw and whatever, the set piece stuff. Next season, it will be more. You will see teams using that as a way of winning games. So if you can't defend the set piece, you're on your own. So Arsenal are doing something right for me.
I feel some of us are getting it wrong. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm only saying sometimes if there are certain teams you play, you have to change your tactics. You look at Newcastle, when they want to play against a big team, they drop the points man, Votemade. They tend to play Anthony Gordon because they feel these big teams will keep spaces at the back and they need someone that is pacey. So sometimes when you want to play, there's a quality of opponent you want to play. You have to do something different. There are times these set pieces are not working. Something else needs to be done. That is what I'm saying. I'm saying I want Arsenal to win the league. So, but if you want to win the league, there are times when the set pieces might not work. Then we create something from open play. I'm not saying if you win the league with set piece is bad. If you play dark arts football and still win is bad. I'm only saying give us something unpredictable, because teams shouldn't just know you for set pieces, and when they defend that, you tend to lose the game. That's not. I don't want to see Arsenal lose the league, because this might be the only chance of them winning the league in the next 10 years.
Okay. I think we'll leave Arsenal and Everton and their set pieces alone. But Somto, is Pep feeling the pressure of the title chase? The man said, are they feeling the pressure of the title chase? Because the man said, if they don't beat West Ham, the title race is over.
I think he's looking at the quality of the team he's chasing. But if you tell me Pep is feeling pressure, this is a man who has won 6 of the last 7 Premier League titles. He's used to winning. Now, it's very normal for every professional in every field to feel pressure. There's no way you tell me every single day you come here, you turn on the microphone, and then you don't feel like, oh, I have to deliver a top-notch performance today. If not, I'm not up to standard. You always have to deliver. As long as you turn on that mic, there's pressure. Even for footballers who perform in front of thousands of spectators, there's pressure. So, but then Pep knows it's never over until mathematically it's over. But then when he looks at the quality of opposition, when he looks at the assistants, whether he like it or not, he might not come out to say it. But Pep 100% feels and has an enormous respect for Mikel Arteta. Not many managers in the world will go to Arsenal and transform Arsenal the way they've been. If you look at the top statistics, the top 3 teams in Europe this season have been Bayern, Barcelona, and Arsenal. Let me tell you, Bayern are, yes, statistically one of the top teams in Europe. Yeah. Arsenal follow suit. Barcelona come third. When you look at what these teams do, number of games they've won, the type of way they control the games they've won. So it is not easy. When you look at Arsenal 5 years prior, bro, people were sleeping in the stadium with face masks covering their eyes. Arsenal had a mess. Arteta in his first interview said, listen, when I got there, I scattered the meeting room where I was with the players. And the player said, why is he scattering all the chairs and tables? He said, this is what we look like outside. We're a mess. So Pep has enormous respect, and the quality of opposition he's facing in this Arsenal side. Yes, people are saying, the title race where Liverpool and Manchester City were competing in is nothing compared to this one. But Pep has enormously said it in his press conference that this is one of the toughest leagues that I'm currently facing to battle right now. So City have a certain type of pressure. He knows that if Arsenal win and go 10 points clear, Arsenal will not drop points in many games. It's not Arsenal will not drop points at all, but how many games will Arsenal drop points in? Let's critically look at this. 10 points is what? 3 games, 3 wins, and a draw. Will Arsenal really suffer 3 losses and a draw from now to the end of the season in the Premier League when they just have, after today, 7 games left? So you're telling me Arsenal will lose 4 out of the 7 games they have? No. So Pep knows, listen, us even going 7 points behind Arsenal is already a big risk, because a game in hand is not a game won. For Pep, feeling the pressure, yes, but he's a man who knows how to, come out of this type of situations. And he will definitely understand the kind of situation he is when he and his backroom team analyze and look at how they've got to play from now to the end of the season. He knows he still has to go to Stamford Bridge to face Chelsea. That is never going to be an easy game for Manchester City, going to Stamford Bridge. He knows he still has to welcome an Arsenal team who do not lose many games to the Etihad Stadium. Mikel Arteta and his Arsenal boys would rather take 1 point, because the mantra this season has been Arsenal, if you can't win, do not lose that game. So he knows that game at the Etihad already has a draw written all over it. For Man City to win that game, it's going to take something extra special from his City side. So, yeah, if he's definitely feeling the pressure, if they get to drop points against West Ham today, can definitely say the pressure is on, because they've got some high-stakes games coming up in the next few weeks.
Speaking of high-stakes games, Benjamin, Erling Braut Haaland has not really turned up for City when you talk about those high-stake games. People have said when it comes to him, or when it's time for him to perform and guide City to trophies, the man feels he becomes absent in big games. He always goes missing in big games. You look at the last time he scored against a big side, that should be against Liverpool. Yeah, that's that penalty he scored against Liverpool. But his last goal from open play was against Galatasaray in the Champions League. But if you're looking at against the big side, against Manchester United, where they lost, he didn't get the goal there. Against West Ham, the last time he scored 2 goals, but he hasn't really scored against a big side in the Premier League from open play in a long time. A goal drought for the man. Is he really overrated when it comes to playing in big games for Erling Braut Haaland? And is he key to guiding City during this last stretch? And if he's not performing, is it a case of just drop the man and start Marmoush instead?
Well, it depends on what you say by big games, because Haaland has scored 29 goals in 38 games for City. So in those games, there are big games. In those 38 games, there are big games. Now, if you look at the breakdown, in the Premier League, he has scored 22 goals in 28 games. In the Champions League, he has scored 7 goals in 9 games. In the EFL Cup, he hasn't scored any. So I feel that the man is delivering. The man is delivering. That's the truth. See, whether I like it or not, even if Lionel Messi or Harry Kane cannot score in all the games. These are players and not machine. I tell you, these are players and not machine. So if you say Haaland has not been turning up goals, yeah, it's understandable because these are teams, these are players, these are not machine, these are humans. It gets to a point where fatigue starts coming in, and the club understands. You know, that's one good thing about this whole thing. The club gets to understand that, yeah, you know, yeah, let's say fatigue. The man has been doing it. His numbers don't lie. You know, it's very glaring. Even the blind can see, or the deaf can hear. Yes, that Haaland is that man that scores goals. So if he doesn't score in most games, doesn't mean that you know, he's not been delivering for City. Can he take City to the promised land, or can he get City to this? Haaland was part of that team that won the Champions League for City. So you can't tell me he's not a big player. Yeah, they say he hasn't scored against Liverpool at Anfield. He scored. What else do you want the man to do? The man is scoring. And that's why you've got many strikers. If the other one is not scoring, you tend to put the other one. Maybe that's not the day for the other one. But for Haaland, Pep Guardiola and City fans have never doubted his credibility and what he brings to the table. The truth is, he will start scoring. Goal draft is part of the game. You know, for Musala, he's been scoring double figures for every season. But this season, we see how he's struggling. 1 goal in his last 11 games or so. And that is in the EFL. Was it the FA Cup against Wolverhampton Wanderers? So that's what it is. So I just feel that it's football. Goal drafts get to set in at some point, but you know how you carry yourself when you have these issues is one matter. So for Haaland, I think it's going to come good. He's going to come good, definitely. He's one of those players that you know, you can't predict when he's going to score and when he's not going to score. These are things that come. Form is temporal, but I trust you. I tell you something. The class of Erling Haaland is permanent, so he's going to score.
All right, I'm starting with you, Benjamin. Your score lines, predictions: West Ham, Manchester City.
It's going to be a bashing. Manchester City is going to bash West Ham. Yeah, West Ham are going to get a goal, but I see Manchester City scoring at least three or more goals.
Same with you, Emmanuel.
It's not going to be a very easy game for City. I look up to players like Somerville in West Ham. That boy I think that boy is going to score. Definitely, he's going to score. So let's just say 2-2 draw.
What about you, Somto? Manchester City, West Ham, your prediction?
Manchester City will lose by 2-1.
Okay. Yes, I forgot.
No. I'm giving a prediction.
Okay.
There's nothing attached to it. I just think the poor run continues. West Ham are fighting relegation. Did you get that?
You don't cast yourself.
No. See, you don't know how to play relegation teams at this point in the season. West Ham are doing well. They're in the FA Cup quarterfinals. They also face a Manchester City side. Now, I know Man City in their last 21 games have drawn West Ham 19 times and I've won West Ham 19 times and played 2 draws. But this is the time the jugular will be broken.
How about you, Victor? The jugular too should be broken for you.
Let me just give you the 2 predictions. Manchester City will win 4-1. Everton will win 2-1. Maybe Siren.
All right, what's happening in the top 5 leagues in Europe? Well, this might not be the top 5 league, but it is the top league in the Nigeria Premier League, and it's the NPFL. Better Insurance are currently beating Cool Khalifa 2-0 in halftime right there. Burnley against Bournemouth is currently goalless. There, Sunderland against Brighton 2, no goals to record. In the Spanish La Liga, Atletico Madrid against Getafe, currently 1-0 in favor of Atletico Madrid. Inter and Atalanta has ended in a 1-1 draw. Bayer Leverkusen and Bayern Munich 1-0 in favor of Bayer Leverkusen. A good boost heading into the Champions League next weekend. Bayer Leverkusen currently have a red card. Nicolas Jackson. You can take the man out of Chelsea, but you cannot take Chelsea out of the man. Borussia Dortmund against Augsburg 2-0 in favor of Borussia Dortmund. Frankfurt and Heidenheim playing out a 1-1 draw. Wolfsburg currently beating Hoffenheim away from home 1-0. Guys, another big game to also look at match day 30 is Manchester United Aston Villa. Both have Champions League implications there, Victor. And Villa City, Villa United. Can United secure or solidify their third spot in the Champions League? Or Villa, can they complete the league double over Manchester United for the first time since 1954-1955? For Michael Carrick, he has also won all 5 of his Premier League home games and could become just the first or just the 4th manager in history to win his first 6 in the competition. How do you see that match going for United against Aston Villa?
And that would be a big game because I feel that's a top 4 cracker, because we've seen Aston Villa, they were there at some point. They were somewhere in and around second to third position. Well, we just saw that there's a difference between a top tier Premier League team and the second base team, because Aston Villa, at some point, some of us were looking at them, they could pose a threat to Arsenal, but Aston Villa in these past weeks have really shown that they can be very, very terrible. And but they were the only English teams in the European scene that could get a win, and they got theirs as an away team, and it goes to show that yes, they can still hold their own against, should I say, their mates in football. But when you look at the game against Manchester United, United has nothing to lose in that game. United did not travel to anywhere. United did not play any midweek game, so they are fully refreshed and in the right shape of mind for this game. But Aston Villa, on the other hand, will be looking at it. They have another game, second leg tie against the team from France, that's Lille, and they might decide to rotate the team. They might decide to drop some players. Some players might not be in that game. So that should be a game where United should just take the win. But I feel Aston Villa can maybe get something from it. So I want to lean on the part that game might be ending in a draw. We saw Michael Carrick's team for the very first time getting to lose a game. And the man has shown that, yes, his team can be a bit dependable. And I also saw a post where their fan, the one I was talking about, cutting his hair after 5 straight wins. Someone reminded United that there's 7 games to go. And if they fail to get 5 straight wins, the man might have to wait for the next 4 or 5 months again before he gets a haircut. But I feel this game is leaning towards a Manchester United win or a draw.
Liverpool take on Tottenham later, and the last time Liverpool and Tottenham played each other, Liverpool have lost only just one of their last 31 home league games against Spurs. Benjamin, could it be the same way once again? Tottenham are currently on their longest losing run in their history, having suffered 6 straight defeats. Or could Slots decide to act slotty and change the fortunes of Liverpool once again? Losing to Galatasaray was one, and they might want to bounce back. Can Slot do it once again? Or can Tottenham prove to be torn in the side of Liverpool, even though they are riddled with injuries?
Well, I think for Liverpool, I feel that Liverpool Tottenham, it's like Arsenal playing Tottenham. Tottenham will score. It's going to rain goals, but Liverpool are definitely going to win. Even if Liverpool gets to use their female players, they are definitely going to win, because this is a fixture that we've seen that's produced lots of goals, and Tottenham is always at the end of losing. Even when was it last season? Yeah, last season when what's his name now? Was it last season or this season? Richarlison scored that equalizer at the dying stages, and he thought he has won it, or Tottenham had won it, and it happened. So I think Liverpool-Tottenham is always a game that is full of goals. But at the end of the day, Tottenham always, regardless, be it at home or away, they're always at the end of they're always at the losing side. So Liverpool scoring 3 goals at least, Tottenham scoring 1 or 2, but Liverpool gets to win.
Same thing with you, Somtochuk Isaac. Liverpool,
if you see the
Tottenham.
of Tottenham players who are out of this game. I'm just pitying Tottenham Hotspur. I don't know why they have that amount of players or those amount of players out. It's up to 14.
They need to look at lots of things. I remember when, sorry to cut you.
No.
When Klopp came in, right? When he came in and, the Liverpool players were always injured. And the first thing he did was to change the nutritionist. Immediately, he changed the nutritionist and then their dieting, their system of eating. And immediately, you could see Arnold gets injured. The following week is back. Whoever gets injured, and it doesn't show. So, I think the Spurs hierarchy needs to sit down and look at their dieting, their nutritionists, and then the medical team. It's either the medical team are not doing enough, or the dieting something is definitely wrong. So I think that might just be the case.
Something is definitely wrong because if you look at the number of players out, normally Ben Davies, Dejan Kulusevski, Lucas Bergvall, Madison is obviously out for the entirety of the season. We've seen Odobert, Destiny Udogie, Jet Spence, Mohamed Kudus, Rodrigo Bentancur, Christian Romero, João Palhinha, Yves Bissouma, Conor Gallagher, and of course Mickey van der Ven is suspended for this one. I've never seen a team suffer this much. All these players I mentioned are starting players. These are players who are normally starting for Tottenham Hotspur. And how they will cope without these players remains a mystery to me. I don't know how they will cope without these players, and I don't know how they will cope for the rest of the season if these injury problems continue like this. We are talking about a Tottenham Hotspur side who are just a point away from the relegation places. Tottenham Hotspur are 16th, have 29 points. West Ham United are the team in the relegation zone and they have 28 points. So if West Ham win today or draw today, you're looking at Tottenham Hotspur, dropping down the pecking order. So this is really bad for Tottenham Hotspur, a team who are sort of the champions of the second tier competition in Europe, cannot even hold their own in their own domestic league. It's rather shocking. It's rather disappointing, and disappointing in the sense that I'm not saying that they've not put in enough, but it's disappointing because you do not want to see your players out. Because if your players keep going out like this, who is going to play your matches for you? So they just have to execute the games in front of them. Sadly, the next one for them is against Liverpool at Anfield, no less. It's not the best of hunting grounds for Tottenham Hotspur, and against a Liverpool team who actually have won the last 3 games against Tottenham Hotspur. If you look at this Liverpool side against Tottenham Hotspur, the last time Tottenham Hotspur were even able to get a win at Anfield in all competitions dates back to 2011 in May. So this is not a game where Tottenham Hotspur will definitely be going to Anfield and thinking they have 3 points in the bag already. For them, getting a draw is going to be a huge result for them in this one.
Igor Tudor, could his reign be over? Tottenham are currently working on a potential option to replace head coach Igor Tudor. Is it really any use in replacing him? Because at this point, it looks as if Tottenham, maybe nobody can actually fix what was actually wrong with Tottenham, what's actually happening in Tottenham.
He's an interim coach. I don't think he gets the full-time job. And Tottenham Hotspur might not necessarily want to change an interim coach right now. His job is simple. His job is not to go and win the Champions League. His job is not to even qualify for the Champions League semi-finals. Nobody sent him that one. His job is to just actually, at the end of the day, keep Tottenham off relegation and finish in a Premier League position as high as possible. Now, the problem with Tottenham Hotspur last season was not winning a trophy. Winning a trophy is all nice. But then, Tottenham Hotspur in the shambles that they were last season, that trophy came at a cost because automatically the team that wins the Europa League plays Champions League football. Tottenham Hotspur are nowhere near fit to be playing Champions League football. It's just like telling me the Man United team from last season was going to be a good fit to play. At this point, you just have to rebuild first of all. And you have to, whether you like it or not, do it without European football. Most of the times, you can see some of these things being successful enough. It's without European football. Liverpool, before Jurgen Klopp came in, yes, they were in the Europa League, lost the final in that season. But after that time, they were not playing European football the next season. Chelsea under Antonio Conte, who won the league, were not playing any European football that season. Arsenal's rebuild started, yes, while they were in the Europa League, but they were not playing Europa League football anymore after that one. So, listen, Tottenham Hotspur's win came at a cost. They had to win the Europa League. They had to win a trophy. It was nice for them to win a major trophy. But then the bad downside of that is that a team that wins a major trophy like that has to play Champions League football next season. It's automatic. But Tottenham Hotspur fit enough to play Champions League football this season? No. And you can see that it's already telling on the squad, because right now they have 14 players doubtful for their next game against Liverpool. So combining Champions League football, EFL, FA Cup, Premier League in one season already has them out of the EFL and FA Cup, already has them 16th on the Premier League table, and already has them losing 5-2 from the first leg of their Champions League round of 16 game. So Igor is an interim manager. He's going to be an interim manager from now till the end of the season, and when Tottenham Hotspur are ready to rebuild, they're definitely going to start with a new manager at the start of the incoming season.
All right, 08109510951 So let's get your predictions for match day 30 in the English Premier League. Villa. Chelsea also take on Newcastle today. Yeah, that's also another big game, as both sides will be hoping to make their fortunes better. Newcastle will be to climb as high at the table as possible, while Chelsea will be hoping to get into Champions League sport. Who gets that win in that fixture? Liverpool will be taking on Tottenham at Anfield. Manchester City taking on West Ham. Everton will be taking on Arsenal as well. Manchester United will be taking on Aston Villa. What are your predictions for the matches? 0810-951-0951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701-933-9962 as we get to talk about the UEFA Champions League. Hello, good afternoon or good evening. Give us your thoughts, Mazi.
Okay.
Chelsea straight win against Newcastle.
Of course, and Arsenal win.
An Arsenal win. Are you an Arsenal fan?
No, Chelsea.
A Chelsea fan wanting Arsenal to win.
Of course. There's something I want to tell you guys today. I don't know why people are complaining about other concerning set piece. Set piece is part of football. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are hearing you. We can hear you.
It's part of football. So I could remember 1990 when Roberto Baggio was not able to beat the defender. He played the ball on the hand of the defender. He got penalty. That was how they won. Even Maradona used the hand and scored goal. It was awarded to him. So anything you can do to win a match, provided that the referee allows it, good. So I don't know why people be criticizing Arsenal concerning safety. It's part of game. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mazi. 0810-951-0951 0701-933-9962 for the phone lines, and for the SMS and the WhatsApp port, you can join in on the conversation. We've discussed what's to happen in match day 30 of the English Premier League. Now let's talk about what's happening in the Champions League. As Manchester City, Chelsea, Sporting CP, Tottenham Hotspur and Atalanta stage a remarkable comebacks in the UEFA Champions League round of 16, second leg, following heavy defeats in the first leg in 5 of the 8 ties. The first leg produced several one-sided outcomes, with winners scoring 23 goals collectively against just 5 from the losers. One of the most lopsided goal disparities in Champions League knockout history. Atalanta won Bayern Munich 6, a deficit of 5 goals. Atalanta's joint heaviest European defeat at home. Atletico Madrid beating Tottenham 5-2 with deficit of 3 goals. Atletico first time scoring 5 in a UCL knockout match. Real Madrid trashing Manchester City 3-0 in a deficit of 3 goals, and Pep Guardiola's joint heaviest first league knockout defeat. Paris Saint-Germain beating Chelsea 5-2, a deficit of 3 goals, and Chelsea conceding 5 goals in a UCL game for only the second time. Bodo Glimt beating Sporting CP 3-0, a deficit of 3 goals. Sporting's heaviest UCL loss since 2009. Other ties were closer with Galatasaray beating Liverpool 1-0, Newcastle and Barcelona playing out a 1-1 draw, Bayer Leverkusen and Arsenal playing out a 1-1 draw. Talking about comebacks. Now, we know comebacks from 3+ goals deficits are rare but possible. We have 4 iconic examples, 7.8% success rate across 51 such ties in history. Deportivo La Coruna beating Milan 5-4 in 2003-2004 were overturned a 4-1 deficit, 4-0 in the second leg. Barcelona and Paris Saint-Germain 6-5 in 2016-2017 overturned a 4-0 deficit. Roma and Barcelona 2017-2018 progressed on away goals, overturned a 4-1 deficit, 3-0 in the second leg. The famous Liverpool and Barcelona 2018-2019, Liverpool beating Barcelona 4-3, overturning a 3-0 deficit, 4-0 second leg at Anfield. Now the question is, can the teams this time do it once again? I will start off with Atalanta and Bayern Munich. Starting off with you, Benjamin. Atalanta, Bayern Munich, a 5 goals deficit. It's been almost impossible for that to happen. They'll be going to Bayern Munich Stadium next week. Can Atalanta turn it around? They're the last hope of the Italian teams in the Champions League. Atalanta, Bayern Munich.
I don't think Atalanta could overturn it. See, the Italian teams are not near good enough this season, so I feel that they just they wouldn't make it past that. Inter Milan was knocked out by Gala, and then what's his name now? I just feel that Juventus were knocked out by Gala, Inter by Bodo Glimt. So I just feel that the Italian teams are not good enough this season. I don't think they're not good enough this season. So they won't overturn that. I don't see it. I don't see them even going there and scoring 2 goals. I don't think they could scrap out 2 goals there. It's not. The Allianz Arena is always one of those stadiums where the noise are always loud. So I don't think that they can actually go there and get something out of it. Their talisman, Ademola Lookman, is out of that encounter. It's out of that club. So I feel that it's not because Ademola Lookman. I feel they don't have the mental strength to go past a quality team like Bayern Munich. The first leg at home, they couldn't make a statement. So I don't see them going away to do anything. It's just a formality.
All right. Some to check you, Isaac. Real Madrid, City, 3-0 at the Bernabeu. Pep has come out to defend his lineup, but you look at that lineup, starting Savinho, starting Kusanov. Was the man taking a gamble at Bernabeu? Said, okay, let me just play my cards and let's see what happens. Or was it just the players not stepping up to that? The man has defended his choices after many have actually come out to criticize him for what he actually put out in that matchup against Real Madrid.
The starting of Kusanov for that one, I never tend to feel like that was an awful one from Pep. Like I said, starting Kusanov in that game was to deal with the threat of pace which Vinicius Jr. would likely possess in that one. Whether you like it or not, Kusanov, yes, a very tall player, 186 centimeters. But then, he's one of the fastest players for Manchester City, whether I like it or not. So, dealing with the threat of having Kusanov was actually to see how the threat of the pace of Vinicius will be dealt with. Looking at Kusanov's stats this season, he averages 0.2 for the numbers of him being dribbled past per game. Kusanov has not been dribbled past in any game this season. The thing is that when we look at some players, we say, oh, Kusanov should have not started in this game. They are tactical analysts for some of these clubs. There's a coaching staff who would, for the Arsenal Leverkusen game, Mikel Arteta was pissed at his Arsenal players. Do you know why? Because before that game against Leverkusen, the Arsenal players were showed 3 different kickoff routines from Bayer Leverkusen. And if you see how the second half started, Leverkusen did a kickoff routine to start that second half, and that was how Arsenal considered the corner, which made them consider goal against Leverkusen. So there are tactical analysts. There is a coaching staff who would analyze this team and say, oh, okay, we can do this, we can do that. Matheus Nunes will not be able to deal with the threat of the pace of Vinicius Jr. He cannot deal with the pace of Vinicius Jr. So for Matheus Kusanov starting that one, I wasn't surprised. Nico O'Reilly normally is a left back for Manchester City. And I said something here a few weeks ago that Pep is one man who sometimes he does something and he's a genius. He does another thing and he's labeled an overthinker. And he said it. I mean, this is a man who, the season they lost the Champions League final to Chelsea, in 59 out of the 60 games Manchester City played that season, they started with a known defensive midfielder. It was only one game. The one game that did not start with a defensive midfielder was the Champions League final that they lost. Fernandinho or Rodri, none of them started that game. And in that game, he was seen as he's an overthinker and all that. And he said in his press conference, if he walks out, oh, Pep is a genius. I thought Man City have sort of, against Leeds United, there was a different system they were playing with. They were starting the build-up with their 2 midfielders dropping deep, Bernardo Silva and Rodri. Their centre-backs pushed out wide and their full-backs pushed higher up the pitch. I was like, what is this? What is actually happening? Why are you taking that much of a risk? So, for Manchester City and for Pep Guardiola, it's all about seeing different elements that can get him to win. The team selection for that game, yes, you can talk about Savinho. He talked about Savinho being impressive, just like everybody saying, oh, Madueke is impressive. Let him start. Savinho was impressive for Manchester City against Newcastle prior to that one. So, he had a case to start. Jeremy Doku is another player who has been clamored to get back into the City 11. He starts that one. And see, you know why a lot of people talk about, but why I would actually put out West Ham playing against Manchester City and probably getting something from that one is because City have to rejig their starting players for this one against West Ham United. They have a Carabao Cup game, they have a Premier League game, and they have a Champions League game where they feel they can actually come back. It's a 3-0 loss from the first leg. They can actually get a 4-0 win, as so they feel they have believed inclined to get. So, for me, the selection for that game against Real Madrid, as I always say, if he works out, it's a stroke of genius. But if it doesn't work out, you will say, oh, Pep is taking too much. Pep is not doing things well for Manchester City. This and that. If there's any man in world football that is able to have a shield against criticism for some of his decisions, you get criticized every day, no doubt. But if there's any man who will say, let's see how he tries to work this out, it should be Pep Guardiola, inventing false nine, inventing English teams to tell them to have to play out from, like making English coaches want to play out from the back, talking about inverted fullbacks. Who do you think started all of this? Who do you think started, midfield players dropping deep? Who do you think made fullbacks start playing as defensive midfielders? It's this man. So if it works out, it's a stroke of genius. But if it doesn't work out, yes, he's prone to get criticism. I mean, that's life. We live and die by the choices that we make. Pep has made a choice in that game and City suffered for it. Doesn't mean there's not a chance that the City players do not believe that there's a comeback. A lot of them after the game said, yes, we'll come back. Do you honestly feel in a real sense that Pep will want to gamble a game in the round of 16 of a Champions League and say, oh, if there's anything we'll lose, let's lose the Champions League? Do you really think Manchester City will think that way in the round of 16? No, I don't think so. I don't think Pep will think that way. That's another trophy for you that you can actually add to your collection. He said Man City have won just one Champions League title. So, I mean, let's see what Pep has up his sleeve from now to the end of the season. From other perspectives, some Arsenal fans will say, let him keep experimenting. We're all for that. That's why a lot of Arsenal fans have kept saying, oh, start Luis Kelly in midfield, start Noga. So, it's not a time to experiment. When you experiment, you get beaten like this. Stick with what you know at this point in the season. Time for experimenting, it don't pass. It was in pre-season, it was in August, it was in September, it was in October. This is the business end of the season, and everybody wants to get wins.
Speaking of business end, can they do it at the Etihad? It's 3 goals deficit. Can Pep Guardiola side score 4 against this Real Madrid at the Etihad?
They've done it before. They can do it again. City scoring 4 against Real Madrid, especially this Real Madrid team, it's very, very possible to happen. The problem is that Real Madrid on Champions League nights, it's almost like they have a special oil that they used to tap from. That once you just put on a Real Madrid jersey, you're a different player. The team belief is different. So for Real Madrid against Manchester City, yes, it's possible. Honestly, it's very possible for them to win by 4 goals to nothing. I've seen Barcelona lose 4 goals to nothing in the first leg and come back to beat PSG by 6 goals to 1. I've seen Liverpool lose 3 goals to nothing against Barcelona and come back to win by 4 goals to nothing. In the Champions League, comebacks have happened. I can even talk about Real Madrid, Manchester City, from when Rodrigo scored 2 goals in 1 minute. And Karim Benzema completed the comeback. So if Real Madrid if Man City can get 2 first half goals, honestly, it's on for Manchester City. So they definitely have that belief they can win that game. I think it's on Tuesday, is it? Yeah. If they can win that, if they can score 2 first half goals, score another goal, who knows? They can actually finish their comeback.
Victor, you don't believe that's possible?
No, anything is possible in football. That because the Champions League is a league for comebacks. Because if you ask any Barcelona fan, they will tell you that they never saw AS Roma coming back against them to get that to clinch the win in the second leg. There we had Manolas scoring the last goal there. Then you also look at the Liverpool game, losing 3 goals to 0. There was also a chance for Ousmane Dembele to kill off the game there, and he missed it. And that day, I will not forget, I was watching the game with a Barcelona fan, and when he missed that chance, I said that chance will come to haunt them in the second leg. If Liverpool can just get an early goal, then that chance will come to haunt them. Then you look at the Man City against Real Madrid. The early goal matters. If you want to get a comeback in the Champions League, you need to get an early goal. An early goal does not just help the team, it riles up the fans. And the fans, when the fans are very much in active spirit, it also shows in the style of play, shows in the way the team dominates the game. Because if it was the other way around, Real Madrid needing a comeback here, we'll have cases where they will say they will close the stadium, they will sing Galactico, they will do this, they will rain, because we remember the game against Arsenal where Declan Rice scored two free kicks. They were saying they will close the stadium, they will do this, they will do that. If you don't play very well, if you like, close the stadium, close the door, close everywhere, now you hit go do. So you need to understand that this Real Madrid team have not been fantastic. They've lost so many big games this season. The other day, Getafe did beat them at their own stadium. Then you look at Manchester City on the other hand too. They have not been that fantastic. They've been blowing hot and cold. Forget the fact that we are trying to put them in a title race with Arsenal. I feel it's down to the work Arsenal has been doing. If Arsenal had been running away like Liverpool did in 2019, 2020, then we won't be yet trying to talk about who will meet who. So because City has not been that fantastic this season, but I feel that game is done and dusted for me. I know that there are comebacks in football, but that game is done and dusted. Real Madrid knows one thing is sure: just don't concede 3+ goals. And you could see the energy in Kylian Mbappe, even as a fan in that game. And David Alaba, these men they were just trying to motivate their team. You could see how happy they was when the third goal went in, because they know that With 3 unreplied goals at the Bernabeu, they just need to go there to and another thing, you need to understand that a team chasing for more goals are very much vulnerable for the counter attacks. So I feel that game, if Manchester City gets to score 4, Real Madrid at some points will get to score a goal, and that kills off the tie. So for that game, I feel City will just have to come back home. Let's know that there's only one team fighting for the quadruple chase. They will just have to come back home. And that team fighting for the quadruple chase will deliver the quadruple for us, because we, the Premier League fans, we want to.
So, for you, that means Arsenal can get a win over Bayer Leverkusen.
Arsenal can get a win. Arsenal's case is very easy. It's just like I feel the Bayer Leverkusen game is easier than the Everton game, because you know that this is your home. You're playing against a Bayer Leverkusen team that have not been fantastic. They've sold lots of stars. They've had lots of players leave the team. This is a team that sacked the coach just, I think, after 4 or 5 games. This is a team that's trying to stable the ship. If you put Bayer Leverkusen against a Newcastle that day, believe me, Newcastle will do a better job, because we saw what Newcastle did against Barca. So they will do a better job. Arsenal might not have played very well there at Germany, but they know that they have just one task. Just even if it's a 1-0 win, if Arsenal gets to score very early, believe me, Leverkusen might not score, because we know how rigid and how astute this Arsenal team can be defensively. So forget about what they did there. It will only take a fantastic performance for Bayer Leverkusen to come to the Emirates to snatch a win. Maybe Arsenal gets to show defensive frailties and you get to see Bayer Leverkusen take the win. If not, I feel that game is, for Arsenal's case, is a bit done and dusted. Unlike the Liverpool game, where you know that Liverpool this season have been very, very poor. They conceded 4 goals there against PSV Eindhoven. They conceded 3 goals there against Nottingham Forest. They also conceded 2 goals there against Manchester City, and it goes on and on. They lost there to Manchester United. So this Liverpool team might even go to that Anfield and concede goals to. I will call this Galatasaray a poor Galatasaray team, because you could see how in the opening 10 minutes of the game, how Galatasaray were all over there making mistakes and all that. There were cases where Florian Wirtz had a chance where the goalkeeper was not even in his post. So this Galatasaray team were very, very poor. You were there. We were watching the game. The right back, Shingo, was very much calamitous in that game, because he kept on making errors. And it makes me wonder, is it just me seeing this thing, or is it Arne Slot not seeing it? Why not put a proper winger? Imagine Rio Ngumoa against Shingo, and he kept on making those mistakes. Imagine what that kid would do to him. So I feel for Liverpool's case and Arsenal's case is very much easier. You can get a win against Bayer Leverkusen. For Manchester City, I feel the 3-0 win already did damage to it. It's just like the Atletico Madrid against Barca, where they said they will come back from a 4-0 deficit to win the tie. So I just feel that game is a bit done. We know how Real Madrid takes the Champions League very serious. They might be fighting for top 4 in the La Liga. They might be very poor, losing to Barca in the La Liga. But when it comes to the Champions League, they just wake up. Tonto already said it's how Rodrigo scored 2 goals in a minute. Or are we forgetting the magic of Toni Kroos? So Real Madrid are just made for this kind of moments. And I feel City maybe lost focus there and lost training. Maybe they were trying to focus on the Premier League, but we don't know. So for me, I feel there's no way City will score 3 goals, 3 unreplied goals, and Real Madrid does not get at least a goal. And we don't know if Kylian Mbappe will be fit. If he's fit for that game, then they might even have a case where they get to score past 1 goal, because we know what he brings to this team. We know how the team misses him. And it's really, really shocking to find out that Federico Valverde has 3 goals. Prior to that game, he had 3 goals for the entire season. Then he used Manchester City to equal his tally in just a game. So I feel that game is done and dusted. But for the other games, the Liverpool game, they just need to put up a good performance in front of their fans. Galatasaray won't be having any fan in that game. So they just need to put up a good performance. And mind you, Galatasaray knows how to play in a noisy stadium. because if you look at the Turkish league, it's one of the most it has one of the most noisiest fans. They know if you watch the game there at Istanbul, the noise was much. So Anfield will make noise, but it's nothing new to what the Gala players have been used to. So I just feel if their players can step up, maybe they might get to be in the quarterfinals ahead of Liverpool. But for now, I feel Liverpool can easily get a 2-0 win, because the game there at Istanbul, they could get 2 to 3 goals in that game if they were a bit prolific in front of goal. But for I just see Arsenal, Liverpool, and maybe Newcastle putting up a shocking performance there against Barca, because just as we feel it is done and dusted for Barca to win, let's also understand that Newcastle possess a threat that can hurt this Barca side. Kubasi is not one of the fastest defenders. You look at the defense line, the likes of Jules Koundé, Joao Cancelo, these are players that are not the fastest. And you look at Newcastle, they have pace up front. And the high line of Barca will make it easier for them. Barca just needs to knock them out of the game. If not, if they can maybe overpower the midfield, the likes of Joe Linton, we know how powerful the man can be in the midfield. Bruno Guimaraes and Sandro Tonali, these are very much physical players. If they can conquer the midfield with a long ball, the likes of Anthony Elanga, Anthony Gordon, and Javi Barnes, these are men that can hurt you. Even Osula can come in from the bench and also do the damage. Nick Votemare can also come in from the bench to do the damage. So I feel we might get to see 2 to 3 Premier League teams still advance to the next round of the European scene. Even in the Conference League, in the Europa League, we'll get to see the likes of Aston Villa. Aston Villa might just come here, maybe fight for a win or a draw and get to qualify for the next stage. But for Chelsea, I feel they already sent themselves out, because you look at the attacking weapon that this PSG team do possess. They possess one of the fastest players. You look at the likes of Desiree Doué, Bradley Bacola, Dembele, and even Kvaratskhelia. These are players that, if you want to pile the pressure on them to get goals, you leave spaces at the back, and they love working with spaces. Imagine a counter-attack situation where Chelsea is trying to get a goal and they tend to concede more goals. So I feel that's the only problem where Chelsea will be. We are not saying Chelsea cannot score 3 goals. They can score 3 goals, but how many goals would they ship in? Because when I saw the game at 2-2, I felt Chelsea had given themselves a very good fighting chance at the Stamford Bridge. But letting in 3 goals in a space of how many minutes just shows that this Chelsea team still has a long way to go. And we look at comparisons. When you look at Enzo Maresca and Liam Rosenio, I feel Maresca was made for this kind of moments, the big game moments. He steps in, and they might not do something fantastic, but they get a good result. We saw it against Liverpool. We saw it against the same Paris Saint-Germain team. But you look at Rosenio, the big games he has managed have just been very, very poor. I think he has played in a short time. He has played Arsenal 2 to 3 times, and they've all ended in losses. And he's still in those games. He has played still in that same period. He has played the Paris Saint-Germain team, and he didn't just lose. 3-goal margin is not something you won't tell me you just come to Stamford Bridge, beat Paris Saint-Germain 3-0 or 4-0 to advance to the next round. They will do damage. They will score goals. So it's a case of who scores more. And you look at Chelsea's defense. I'm not going to say Chelsea's defense is better than Paris Saint-Germain's defense is better than Chelsea's defense, because Paris Saint-Germain, they've been very, very bad. Stade Rennais did run past this team 3-1. You also look at Monaco. Monaco did give them a run for their money, even in the Champions League. So this Chelsea team, if they can score goals, the likes of Kopama needs to start playing faster, because that game, they just need to get, if possible, get all their pacey players. Let's go pace for pace. Let's go energy for energy. They have the young boys. You have the young boys. Now, it falls down to the defense. Having a defense of Tosin, Badiashile, who again is in that mix, Fofana. these are defenders you cannot rely on. These are not the Gabriel, these are not the Salibas, these are not the Van Dijks and all that. These are defenders that they can do 5 good things and use 2 bad things to just spoil the game. We saw what Jorgensen was doing here in the studio. We were saying at some point, Priya did say that Jorgensen has shown that yes, he's a better starter. They never knew he had a shocking display to give at the end of the game. So I feel for Chelsea is a case of 40% or make that 30% chance for them to qualify to the next round.
Benjamin, how many English clubs do you see overturning their results and making it to the next stage of the round or the next stage of the UCL knockout phases? Liverpool currently 1 down against Galatasaray. But I think let's really focus on Chelsea's 5-2 or 3-goal deficit. 5-2 they lost to Paris Saint-Germain. Chelsea fans still have this belief. Well, you expect that from Chelsea fans. Still have this belief. But looking at it as it is, can Chelsea overturn that deficit? There's also Newcastle and Barcelona in that game. Newcastle will be going over to the Camp Nou. Can they get a victory over Barca?
Well, for Liverpool, they've got a chance because it's a slim victory. Slim loss, rather, 1-0 at Turkey there. And they could come to Anfield, but these days you don't know what to expect because, I was talking to someone before I got to the office. I was telling the person if Jurgen Klopp was to be at Liverpool fans would have that belief that they could overturn the results. But for Ancelotti, you don't know what to expect from the man because today you think they are back, tomorrow default settings, you don't know what to expect from them and all that. So I feel that for Liverpool, it's a 50-50, 50-50 chances that they are going to make that to the knockout stage because overturn that 1-0 deficit. But for Chelsea, 5-2 loss, is it possible? That's like 3-0. That's like a 3-0 deficit. For Chelsea, Chelsea could come out and spring out surprises. For Chelsea, I think Paris Saint-Germain like to play with spaces, and Chelsea lets Paris Saint-Germain into that space. They give them that opportunity, those chances to utilize their spaces, and they used it very well. So for Chelsea, we could see Chelsea score. But one thing I can guarantee is that if Chelsea get to score, Paris Saint-Germain would have to score a goal. You can't stop them from scoring. So if Chelsea scored 3, Paris Saint-Germain, their tendencies that Paris Saint-Germain could score 1 or 2. So unless they didn't come with their A game. But for Chelsea, it's possible. We've seen English teams overturn first leg deficit. We've seen teams overpower the other team. Paris Saint-Germain, this same Paris Saint-Germain won 4-0 the first leg, and they went to Camp Nou. They lost 6-0, was it? Yeah, 6-0. So we've seen 6-1. We've seen Barcelona beat Liverpool 3-0 at Camp Nou. Got to Anfield, they lost 4-0. We've seen things like this happen. It's possible, but for Chelsea, they need to do more than their defense. One thing I don't know about Chelsea defense is would they be shipping in goals? That's a question. If they don't get it tight at the back, then Paris Saint-Germain might be knocking them out with 1 goal. We've seen this same Paris Saint-Germain beat Aston Villa, and after they came to England and they struggled. Almost, that was last season. Almost, didn't make it out of England with something, but it's what it is. That's why they say get the job done in the first leg, so that when you come to your home or when you play the second leg, it's not a taxi job to make. But for this game, it's going to be very taxi. Chelsea, I see Chelsea winning that game, but Chelsea going out. Then for Newcastle United, 1-1, they shot themselves on the foot when Tau actually considered that penalty. So I feel that for Newcastle, they've got the strength up front. They've got pacey players. Harvey Barnes, what's his name now? The English international that was Anthony Gordon. We've got, and they've got strength in the midfield too. Those combative players. Gumares, I don't know if he would play that game. Joelinton was part of that game, and the Italian international. what's his name now? Tonali. So I feel that, Newcastle have got a chance. Liverpool have got a chance because Newcastle drew. Liverpool lost 1-0 away from home. They've got a chance. For Newcastle, I think it's 60-40 for them. If they get to put up something, then it's what they could surprise Barcelona. That's what the English team are known for, surprises and all that. So that game is a 60-40 chance for Newcastle to proceed. Liverpool 50-50. City 3-0 deficit. Trust me, City are in the same shoes like Chelsea. If they score, every 3 goals they score, Real Madrid would score at least 1. So for City, it is 80-20 for City to overturn that. 80 to Real Madrid to qualify, 20 for City. They could do it. Trust me, they could do it on the day when City are bringing their A game to the table. They could do it, but it's 80-20 for me. So for Tottenham, I don't think we need to sit down and talk about Tottenham. Tottenham were not ready to play in the Champions League. The only was the fact that they won the Europa League. If not, I don't see Tottenham. Tottenham should be a team. That are playing the Conference League or Europa League is too big for them. I don't see that team as a serious team. Trust me. With all due respect to the team, I don't see a team like Tottenham ready to play the Champions League. Even Manchester United weren't ready to play the Champions League. Both of them. But it's a situation they find themselves. So it's something that you cannot say you will not be playing in the Champions League. So you just have to play and see if luck get to be on your side. For Tottenham, the job is done. I think they'll just take their eyes off that one and be fighting relegation, looking at relegation to fight probably salvage their season. So for the English Premier League side, just 2 sides can overturn their results. That's Liverpool and Newcastle.
0810-951-0951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp, or to 0701-933-9962. Let's see what we've got in the top 5 leagues in Europe. Burnley and Bournemouth still goalless at that centre. Brighton have got 1 up against Sunderland, 1-0. Atletico Madrid is still 1 goal up against Getafe, 66 minutes on the clock. The match between Bayer Leverkusen and Bayern Munich ended 1-1. Borussia Dortmund beating Augsburg 2-0. Eintracht Frankfurt beating FC Heidenheim 1-0. Wolfsburg and Hoffenheim playing out 1-1 draw. In the French Ligue, Lorient and Lens currently playing 43 minutes on the clock. Lorient 1, Lens nothing. And the Nigeria Premier Football League, it's Bendel Insurance 2, couldn't qualify at 170 minutes on the clock at that centre. 0810-951-0951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp, or to 0701-933-9962. Can English Premier League clubs turn around the deficit from the first leg results when the second leg comes next week in the English, in the UEFA Champions League? Arsenal 1-0 with Bayer Leverkusen. Paris Saint-Germain beating Chelsea 5-2. Tottenham might be done and dusted in the match against Atletico Madrid. Newcastle against Barcelona, can they get 1 away at Camp Nou? 0810-951-0951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp, or to 0701-933-9962. Now look up to more pressing matters, as Iraq's national team has developed new travel plans to ensure they can compete in their crucial World Cup qualifying playoff in Mexico on March 31st. The team is set to face either Bolivia or Suriname in Monterrey, with the winner securing a place at the 2026 World Cup finals, because airspace over Iraq remains closed due to ongoing conflict in the region. The players based in the country will first travel to Amman, Jordan, before flying to Mexico about 11 days before the match. The travel disruption began after the war broke out in neighboring Iran, forcing Iraq head coach Garam Arnold to question whether the team could even participate. Arnold warned that many players might have faced a demanding 25-hour road journey to Istanbul just to catch an international flight, meaning around 60% of the squad would endure a difficult trip due to these challenges. He previously requested that the fixture be postponed. Unfortunately, uncertainty also surrounds whether Iran national football team will play at the upcoming 2026 FIFA World Cup, as FIFA President Gianni Infantino is facing pressure after Donald Trump suggested that Iran national football team should not participate in the 2026 FIFA World Cup for their own lives and safety. The comment he sparked a diplomatic dispute with Iran's football federation, responding that the team whose plays should be questioned is the nation that lacks the ability to provide security for teams participating at a global event. Trump later posted that the World Cup would be the greatest and safest sporting event in American history, though he did not directly mention Iran. The controversy has also renewed criticism of Infantino's close relationship with Trump at the World Cup draw in December. Infantino gave Trump a specially created FIFA Peace Prize and praised him publicly, saying the US president, quoting him, says actually what many think, but more importantly, he does then what he says. Infantino has frequently appeared alongside Trump, attending his events, opened a FIFA office in Trump's tower, and even allowed replica World Cup trophies to be kept in the Oval Office. Critics argue these actions undermine FIFA's political neutrality. Some insiders say Infantino's strategy is pragmatic, maintaining a strong relationship with the host nation's leader to protect the tournament, but the latest controversy has led FIFA caught in geopolitical tensions, raising questions about whether Iran will safely participate and whether Infantino's close alignment with Trump has put the tournament in a difficult position. Some to Iraq, US, FIFA, Iran, all the troubles plaguing the FIFA World Cup that will be happening soon. Iran can make it to the World Cup. They'll be going through a difficult route. But it's Trump's comments for me. He said Iran should not participate in the 2020 FIFA World Cup for their own lives and safety. Iran came out saying that is the host nation that can't provide, that should be questioned if they can't provide adequate security. Trump came out and posted that the greatest and safest sporting event in American history will be the World Cup. What's your take on this? And is Infantino trying to play politics into this World Cup with what's happening around it?
You separate politics from football, and let me tell you, a lot of people are saying, oh, politics are football and this and that. Nobody today starts. I was watching a documentary called FIFA. It's called Around FIFA. And in that documentary, it showed me a lot of things which happens in the inner workings of FIFA. It's FIFA Uncovered, by the way, for people if they want to see it. Like I said, nobody today start. Now, that FIFA Uncovered, there was a time, if you notice, there was massive arrests by the FBI, which they went to the FIFA headquarters in Zurich on allegations of corruption.
Jack Warner's time.
Jack Warner.
Yeah.
Jack Warner. There was the guy, Chuck Blazer was another man too, who was the insider before that time. If I tell you the stories behind that thing, Sepp Blatter was later, picked up on allegations of corruption, was banned from football. Don't forget Michel Platini. How do you think Gianni Infantino is the president of FIFA now? It wasn't because he was supposed to be Platini. You get, and then Platini's allegations then came out, and Gianni, the FIFA president, then the vice president, the secretary general, Jerome Vaka, everybody was swept up. And Gianni Infantino was busy, JJ as UEFA, as Secretary General UEFA, just instantly. The second in command, FIFA did not take it. The third in command, the second in command, the first in command, the UEFA, could not take it. Had to fall to Gianni Infantino where he was, and he won the election later on. Now, why I say this, and I'm giving this history lesson on FIFA. FIFA was brought out as a body that was to oversee football. What do we think is the most powerful sport in the world now? What do we think is the most unifying tool, first off, in the human race? is football. Oh. Football is too powerful. And FIFA recognized this from a while back. I'm giving, Ovi, I've seen the way you're nodding your head. I'm giving history lessons here. And Benjamin understands these things I'm talking about. Football is a unifying tool that, if you don't understand the power of football,
Didier Drogba once stopped a civil war in Ivory Coast by begging the rebels. He said he wants that game should be played on the rebels, what's it called? I don't know how they call it in politics. The rebel zone, if I'll put that. That was against, was it an World Cup qualifier, I think? Was it one of the, was it either a World Cup qualifier or a Nations Cup qualifier? And he said he begged them to, everybody lay down your arms. He begged them, and he scored the winning goal in that game. There's a reason why they say football is the most unifying tool. That was how Drogba became so respected in his hometown. And that's how powerful football can be. You know, you can see people quarreling just on the TV and let game start. Two enemies become friends. That's what football is. So that's how powerful football is. Somto, over to you.
João Havelange was the president of FIFA. He was from Brazil from 1974. Now, from that time, it was just normal, black and white TV. Everybody was watching this and watching football. But Havelange had a man who was his then Secretary General in FIFA. Who was that man? Sepp Blatter. Sepp Blatter was the first man to see that football was getting so increasingly powerful, and there's no way that we should not be making serious money from this. And that was when Sepp Blatter, I cannot be able to call the company right now because it's a company well known here around the world. He introduced that company to FIFA, and then they started. That was when Adidas also came in. And at that time too, before the World Cup, I think it was the World Cup, was it in Germany? Before that time? It was in the 1970s. Argentina, the World Cup in Argentina. There was problems going on before that time. Before the World Cup now went to Spain in 1986. There was problems going on, and people were so upset that, there's political problem. People are here and they're still hosting the World Cup. Now, Gianni Infantino has said he has had a meeting with Donald Trump during the week. I said, no, yeah, sure. Everything is okay. Iran should come. But the Iran's sports minister said, we cannot go and play the World Cup in the United States as it is. This is not what we want to see. I'm trying to explain the law of saying, there's no politics in football, this one, that one. But it happens. I'm telling you, it happens. And before now, there is a lot of things that happens behind the scenes in football that cannot just meet to the eye. Yeah. This US and Iran thing, before the World Cup went to Qatar, before the World Cup, even before it went to South Africa, Chuck Blazer, Jack Warner, there was money given before the World Cup went to South Africa.
Yeah, lots of money.
Lots of money, even before the Qatar. And the wife of Chuck Blazer later told her husband, and when she saw the way Jack Warner and Chuck Blazer were coming around Nelson Mandela and trying to use Nelson Mandela, she was like, this man is old. Why are people stressing? All because of these interests in it. Now, after that time, there was a lot of question marks raised. Why is the World Cup going to Qatar? Mind you, Sepp Blatter did not want the World Cup in Qatar. It was other men behind. There was executive heads from all regions, all continents of the world that made the FIFA executive committee. So it's that executive committee that gets to decide who hosts the World Cup. It was not, Sepp Blatter did not want Qatar. There was a lot of question because of Qatar's human rights record. US was in the running. England was in the running for that one. They did not get it. And now US came along the way in 2026. Now, I say all of this to say that this whole scuffle and battle between Iran and US, Gianni Infantino and every other person knew the World Cup going to the United States was a bit of a question mark, just like the World Cup going to Qatar And just like the World Cup going to Saudi Arabia in 2030. Sorry, not in 2034, just as they want to. Now, this whole thing is not encouraging. And before you ask me this question, you saw my reaction. I do not have anything to say. I'm not the person who will come and start, rocking my boat about, what's happening. Like I said, nobody loves destruction of lives and property. There is a reason why Donald Trump has made some of the decisions he has made as the president of the United States. And there's a reason why the major issue before all of this was the bombing of a mastermind in Iran of a particular section of religion. So in all of this, I just hope that for the interest of the game, I'm just trying to point out that, listen, there's politics in football, whether we like it or not.
Okay, but just quick from you guys. If Iran aren't able to participate, other nations can participate. We are looking at Iraq and United Arab Emirates. There's also a rule that states that a nation from another confederation can play.
Constitution is FIFA can decide whoever takes that slot.
Yeah, so are we also looking at Nigeria?
Make una rest. You're not going to the World Cup. Nigeria is not going to the World Cup.
Obviously, calm down. If not for one thing like this, I would have used to stone you. Must you people pit Nigeria in this World Cup? Did Nigeria not start the qualifying process?
Oh God, you must not do this.
Like, must Nigeria go to this World Cup? We will watch it. Watch it from here.
All right, listen to it. All right, let's see if we can take one more call before we go off. 08109510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port 0701-933-996. So this one from the WhatsApp port says Arsenal will be knocked out of the UCL next week. Arsenal losing streak will start today. NS from Moji. He also says FIFA should kick out America out of the World Cup as they did Russia in 2022. That's also a valid point, but I think the guys tomorrow will talk about that. Chelsea and Newcastle, the lineup is out already. Do we have time to look at that? 4-2-3-1. Chelsea have Sanchez in the backline, Malo Gusto, Wesley Fofana, Chaloba, and Marco Corella. In the midfield, Rhys James, Caicedo, Kupama, Enzo Fernandez, and Garnacho. And then the low man up front is Joao Pedro. For Newcastle, they set up in the 4-2-3-1 formation. Ramsdale in between the sticks in the backline. Lewis Hall, Botman, Thiaw, and Livramento. Ramsey, Willock, Barnes, Wotemade, Jacob Moffitt make up the midfield. And Aaron Gordon is the lone man up front. That's all we can take on today's Sports Live. Today we'll be back tomorrow for today's Sports Live, the marathon edition from 1 till 6 p.m. My name is Over. What is the Sports Chef? I did the show with Benjamin Mina, Sumtu, Victor, and Emmanuel. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.